living your own life? Or are you just reacting to the world around you? How many times have you picked up your phone, scrolled through social media, only to feel like you're not enough? How many dreams have you once held close, only to delay them, postpone them, abandon them? Because you kept comparing, kept procrastinating, kept letting other people control the time that was supposed to be yours? If you've ever felt lost, drained, directionless, then maybe, just maybe, it's time to come back. Back to yourself. Today, we're going to walk through 10 timeless principles from Stoic philosophy to learn how to refocus on you and stop wasting your precious time on deserve it. 1. Time is the one thing you can never get back. Time is a river, a violent current of events, glimpsed once and already carried away, and another follows and is gone. Marcus Aurelius. Let's be honest. Every man, at some point, looks back and wonders where all his time went. He wonders why the days feel like they're passing faster, why the years start to blur, and why, no matter how hard he works, there's always this lingering feeling that something is missing, that he's busy, but not fulfilled, that he's moving, but not progressing, that he's reacting to life instead of directing it. If that's you, you're not alone. But you need to hear this. Time is not just money. Time is your life. Every second you waste is a piece of your existence, gone forever. You can earn back money. You can rebuild your health. You can repair a relationship. But the one thing no man, no matter how rich, strong, or powerful, has ever bought back is time. So here's the question. Where is your time going? How many hours have you spent scrolling through the lives of people who don't even know you exist? How many mornings have you hit snooze, not because you were tired, but because you lacked direction? How many moments have you given away to distractions, fake obligations, or people who drain your energy and offer nothing in return? Be honest with yourself. Because every day you spend living someone else's agenda is a day you don't get to live your own. Every time you say yes to things that don't matter, you're saying no to the life that does. The Stoics understood this truth deeply. They didn't chase perfection or waste their energy worrying about things beyond their control. Instead, they mastered one thing: how they used their time. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not squander what's left of your life in speculating about others, unless it directly benefits the common good. It will distract you from doing anything useful." He wasn't just talking about gossip. He was talking about focus, mental discipline, intentional living. Because when a man loses his focus, he loses his time. And when he loses his time, he loses his power. So if you're tired of feeling like life is passing you by, if you're done with feeling scattered, distracted, pulled in 100 directions, then now is the moment to reclaim control. To stop giving away your time to everything and everyone else. To stop reacting and start living with purpose. Not tomorrow. Not when things slow down. Now. Here's how it begins. Audit your time like your life depends on it, because it does. Eliminate the meaningless and double down on what moves you forward. Learn to protect your calendar like you protect your family. Stop explaining your boundaries. Start enforcing them. Understand that focus is not just productivity, it's self-respect. And above all, don't wait for a crisis to remind you what matters. You don't need to hit rock bottom to change. You just need to decide, today, that your time is worth something. Because it is. It's worth everything. Life is short. That's all there is to say. Get what you can from the present, thoughtfully and justly. Marcus Aurelius. You were not born to live on autopilot. You were not made to chase likes, argue online, or numb your potential with constant noise. You were built to build, to create, to lead, to live on purpose. The clock is ticking. Make it count. 2. Comparison is the thief of your work. So yes, time is your most valuable asset. But here's the hidden danger. It's not just being wasted by distractions. It's being drained by something quieter, more subtle, more poisonous. It's being drained every time you compare your life to someone else's. You scroll through social media. You see his house, his car, his vacation, his physique, his perfect relationship. And before you even realize it, your mind is no longer focused on your path. It's trapped in his. Your progress feels small. Your goals feel silly. Your confidence starts to shrink. And you haven't even left the couch. That's the silent cost of comparison. It doesn't just steal your time. It steals your worth. It hijacks your identity and replaces it with someone else's. But here's the truth the Stoics understood. You were never meant to compete with anyone but yourself. Marcus Aurelius said it best. Don't waste time debating what a good man should be. Just be one. What does that mean? It means real growth doesn't come from watching others. It comes from watching yourself, from tracking your own progress, from building your own values, from staying rooted in your own damn life. You don't need to look successful to be fulfilled. You don't need to chase the metrics of the world to feel whole. The only scoreboard that matters is your own. And when you constantly compare your life to others, you're playing a game you can never win. Because you're comparing your behind the scenes to their highlight reel. You're measuring your real, messy, beautiful humanity against a curated illusion. That's not just unfair. It's destructive. So what do? You reclaim your mental space. You rebuild the walls around your focus. You stop asking, am I ahead of him? And start asking, am I ahead of who I was yesterday? You unplug from fake pressure. You unsubscribe from perfection. And you go all in on the only thing you can actually control. Yourself. Your habits. Your discipline. Your integrity. Your growth. You stop chasing the image of what a man should look like and start crafting the man you're meant to become. Because in the end, it's not about how you stack up against others. It's about whether you're building a life you're proud to live. A life that aligns with your values. And not some trending aesthetic. Here's the mindset shift. You are not behind. You are on your path. No one else can walk it for you. And no one else can take it from you. So walk it with confidence. With focus. With purpose. Actionable next steps? Take a break from comparison triggers. Unfollow. Mute. Log out. Reflect on what you value, not what the algorithm told you to value. Define success in your own terms, not someone else's. Track your growth weekly, not by results, but by effort. And finally, replace comparison with curiosity. Not why am I not like him? But what's one thing I can improve today to be a stronger version of me tomorrow? You want to feel powerful? Then stop giving your power away. Comparison turns your attention outward. But everything you need is already within. Bring it back. He who envies others does not find peace. Epictetus. Your worth is not something you earn by looking like them. It's something you build, day by day, by showing up for yourself. So stop scrolling. Stop comparing. And start creating a life that makes you look in the mirror and say, I respect that man. 3. Self-awareness, the starting point of all transformation. So you've stopped comparing. You've pulled your attention back from the noise, the illusions, the distractions. You've unplugged from everyone else's definition of success. Now what? You stand there, just you and your life. No filters. No noise. No measuring sticks. And for the first time in a long time, you're not looking outward. You're finally looking inward. This is where the real work begins. Because you can't improve what you're not aware of. And you can't grow if you don't know where you're starting from. That's why self-awareness isn't optional, it's essential. It's not fluffy. It's not spiritual. It's not about journaling under candlelight with a lo-fi playlist. It's about having the courage to look yourself in the eye and ask, who am I, really? What drives me? What's holding me back? Where am I strong? Where am I hiding? The Stoics were warriors of the mind. They didn't seek comfort, they sought clarity. They didn't avoid discomfort, they embraced it as a mirror. If you want to improve, Epictetus said, be content to be thought foolish and stupid about things you don't yet know. That's humility. That's power. That's the foundation of transformation. Self-awareness isn't about perfection. It's about truth. It's about knowing what you stand for. What triggers you? What patterns you keep repeating? Even when they sabotage you. Because when you become aware of your patterns, you gain the power to rewrite them. You can't build strength if you don't know where you're weak. You can't set goals that matter if you don't know what fulfills you. And you'll never feel in control if you're still lying to yourself about who's really in charge of your life. Here's a cold truth. Most men aren't stuck because they lack potential. They're stuck because they refuse to confront the truth of where they are. But not you. You're here because you want to change. Not in a week. Not in a month. Now. And change starts with honesty. Radical, no BS, face-to-mirror honesty. It's not always pretty. But it's the most masculine, courageous, necessary thing you'll ever do. So how do you build self-awareness? Sit with silence. No distractions. No noise. Just you and your thoughts. Audit your habits, what patterns serve you, and which ones sabotage you. Ask yourself uncomfortable questions. And don't rush to answer them. Reflect without judgment. Awareness comes before improvement. Seek feedback from people who don't flatter you, but tell you the truth. Because when you start to see yourself clearly, you stop being afraid of yourself. And that's when everything changes. Be tolerant with others, but strict with yourself. Marcus Aurelius. Not strict in a punishing way. Strict in a disciplined, purposeful, self-respecting way. You become your own coach. Your own commander. Your own compass. You stop floating through life hoping things get better. You start directing your energy where it matters. Self-awareness is power. But it's also peace. Because when you know yourself, you stop needing to prove yourself. You stop chasing. You stop hiding. You stop making decisions based on insecurity or fear of judgment. You become a man who knows where he stands. And that kind of man is rare in this world. So take the time. Make the space. Get honest with yourself. Even when it's uncomfortable. Especially when it's uncomfortable. Because this is where transformation truly begins. And no one else can do this work for you. The man you want to become? He's not out there. He's already inside you. Waiting for you to face him. 4. Focus on progress, not perfection. So now, you face the mirror. You've asked the hard questions. You've started telling yourself the truth. That's powerful. But here's what often happens next. You see where you are, and you don't like it. You see how far you have to go, and it feels overwhelming. So instead of moving forward, you freeze. Why? Because you've bought into one of the most toxic lies society sells. That you have to be perfect to be worthy. Let's get one thing straight. You are not here to be perfect. You are here to progress. To evolve. To grow, day by day, step by step. Perfection is a trap. It's a moving target. It's a finish line that keeps running away the moment you get close. The pursuit of perfection doesn't make you better. It makes you afraid. Afraid to start. Afraid to try. Afraid to fail. And guess what? If you're afraid to fail, you're already failing. The Stoics didn't chase perfection. They chased discipline, integrity, resilience. They didn't measure their worth by how flawless they appeared, but by how faithfully they acted, even in chaos. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly. There must be time. Give it time." Progress is not loud. It's not sexy. It's not always visible. It's in the decision to get up earlier today than yesterday. It's in choosing discipline over comfort just once more than you did last week. It's in showing up when no one's watching. You want to change your life? Good. But don't expect overnight transformation. Expect daily iterations. Because greatness isn't born from huge leaps. It's built in the small, consistent, often invisible reps no one else sees. That's what real men do. They stack quiet victories. They stay the course. They don't post about it. They live it. So ask yourself, are you willing to be a beginner again and again? Are you willing to look imperfect while you grow? Are you willing to stay patient while the seed becomes a tree? Because if you are, you're already ahead of 90% of people. Most quit because they expect results too soon. They want the body in 30 days. The mindset in 10 affirmations. The business in one launch. But the Stoic man knows. The obstacle is the way. Marcus Aurelius. The mess is part of the method. The failure is part of the formation. The progress is the process. Here's what to do now. Track habits, not outcomes. Build momentum you can feel. Set micro goals. Stack tiny wins. They compound faster than you think. Celebrate effort, not image. Effort builds character. Image builds ego. Forgive your off days, but never excuse them. Learn, adjust, move on. Show up especially when you don't feel like it. That's where identity shifts. Because discipline without emotion is strength. And strength without ego is what Stoicism is all about. You want to live a life that earns your own respect? Then show up flawed. Show up uncertain. Show up messy. But don't stop showing up. Because perfection will paralyze you. But progress will free you. You don't need to be the best. You just need to be better than yesterday. And if you fall short, fall forward. Fail like a man who's building something real. Not pretending to have it all figured out. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. That good man? He's not perfect. But he's intentional. He's consistent. He's relentless in his progress. And that's what makes him unshakable. 5. Memento mori, remember you will die. So now you've let go of perfection. You're focused on showing up, day by day, step by step. You're learning to live inside the process, not chase the illusion. But even with progress, even with growth, there's still something else you need to face. Something we all try to outrun. Something we push to the back of our minds until we're forced to confront it. Death. And before you look away, listen closely. Because this is not about fear. It's about freedom. Memento mori, remember you will die. It's not a threat. It's a compass. It's not a reason to despair. It's a reason to live with clarity. Because when you remember that this life is finite, you stop wasting time pretending it's not. The average man walks through life like he has forever. He delays the hard conversations. He avoids the bold decisions. He puts off the things that matter most until later. But later is not promised. Not tomorrow. Not next year. Not even an hour from now. And that realization? It's not depressing, it's liberating. When you accept that time is short, you stop spending it like it's unlimited. You stop saying yes to obligations that drain you. You stop tolerating relationships that disrespect you. You stop building a life that looks good on the outside, but feels hollow inside. You start choosing differently. With urgency. With focus. With purpose. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." That's not dark. That's discipline. Because when you remember that the clock is ticking, you start living like it matters. You stop needing permission. You stop waiting for the perfect time. You stop chasing immortality through status, fame, or empty achievement. Instead, you chase meaning, presence, excellence. Not for applause, but because this moment is all you've got. Here's what memento mori looks like in practice. You speak the truth because you might not get another chance. You take the risk because regret lasts longer than fear. You tell people you love them because you don't know which goodbye is final. You pursue purpose because life is too short to waste on the superficial. You act now because someday is the most dangerous word you know. You stop drifting. You stop deferring. You start deciding. Here's the paradox. When you remember you will die, you finally start to live. Not recklessly. Not selfishly. But intentionally. Because the truth is, you don't need more time. You need more clarity about what really matters. And that clarity comes when you face the one thing you've been taught to avoid. The end. Death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back. Marcus Aurelius. So the question is, will you keep pretending you have time? Or will you look death in the eye and let it sharpen your focus? You're not here to last forever. But you are here to leave something that does. A standard. A legacy. A life of integrity. And it starts by remembering. This life is short. So live it wide. 6. Harness the power of silence and solitude to rebuild inner strength. So you face death. Not with fear, but with focus. Not as a threat, but as a call to live deeper. But here's the next challenge. In a world addicted to noise, where attention is currency and distraction is the norm, can you be still? Can you sit with silence without reaching for your phone? Can you be alone without feeling lost? Can you walk through solitude, not as a victim, but as a man in the process of becoming unshakable? Because here's the truth. Growth doesn't always happen in motion. Sometimes it happens in stillness. We live in an age where silence is uncomfortable. We've been conditioned to believe that if we're not constantly connected, constantly responding, constantly doing, we're falling behind. But real strength, true inner resilience, doesn't come from being everywhere, with everyone, all the time. It comes from being centered, from knowing yourself when no one's around, from having the courage to meet your own thoughts without running. A man who is never alone cannot know himself. Seneca. Solitude isn't loneliness. It's not isolation. It's a sanctuary. It's where you listen to the quiet truths, the ones that get drowned out in the chaos of everyday life. In solitude, you confront what you've been avoiding, the regret you buried under work, the pain you masked with distractions, the dreams you delayed for the sake of comfort. And in silence, you remember what matters, who you are, who you want to become. Because there's no audience in solitude, no applause, no comparison, just clarity. Most men fear being alone because it forces them to face what's real. But the Stoic man? He welcomes it. He uses it. He carves out time not just to recover, but to rebuild. Because silence isn't emptiness. It's power waiting to be accessed. It's focus waiting to be sharpened. It's your mind finally given room to breathe. You want to lead? Then learn to stand alone. You want clarity? Then mute the world and listen inward. You want strength? Then stop escaping solitude and enter it on purpose. Because a man who can master silence is a man who can master himself. How to practice this? Schedule time to disconnect completely. No screens. No noise. Just you. Go on long walks without headphones. Let your thoughts rise and fall. Reflect in a journal, not but to process. Sits a day. No goal. Just awareness. Treat solitude not as punishment, but as a discipline. Because stillness is not weakness. It's a weapon when used with intention. Nowhere can a man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. Marcus Aurelius. The world will pull at you. People will demand pieces of you. But in the end, you are your own foundation. And if that foundation is cracked, if your soul is restless, if your spirit is always outsourced to noise, you'll collapse the moment life hits hard. But when you train in solitude, you become the man who holds steady, no matter what shakes. You don't have to isolate to find power. You just have to be still long enough to remember you already have it. So turn down the volume of the world and tune into the strongest voice you've got. Your own. 7. Eliminate distractions. Guarding your time is self-respect. Noemia 2 CTA 6. So now, you've learned the strength of silence. You've faced your thoughts, embraced solitude, and discovered clarity in stillness. But now comes the test. Because as soon as you step back into the noise of the world, the distractions return. The temptations return. The little thieves that don't steal your money or your health. They steal your time. And if you're not vigilant, they'll steal your life one scroll, one meaningless meeting, one energy-sucking conversation at a time. Here's the hard truth. Most men aren't overwhelmed because they're doing too much. They're overwhelmed because they're doing too much of the wrong things. Distractions don't always look like distractions. They look like just checking my phone for a second. They look like I'll answer this one email. They look like I have to say yes, or they'll think I don't care. But those small leaks, they drain your day. They scatter your focus. They rob you of depth, momentum, and mastery. You cannot build a focused life on a foundation of scattered attention. And here's what the Stoics knew. Your time is your most precious possession. Guard it like your legacy depends on it, because it does. Seneca said it bluntly. People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy. We fight to protect our homes. We lock our cars. We put passwords on our phones. But our time? We give it away, freely, carelessly, to anyone or anything that asks for it loudly enough. That has to stop. Because guarding your time isn't selfish. It's not rude. It's not antisocial. Guarding your time is self-respect in action. It's a declaration to yourself and the world that you value your energy. You have purpose. You know where you're going. And you're not available for nonsense. So how do you reclaim your time? Audit your life like a minimalist audits his possessions. If it doesn't serve a purpose, enhance your peace, or align with your values, cut it. Turn off notifications. Your phone should not have more access to your attention than your purpose does. Say no without guilt. If it's not a hell yes, it's a no. Create protected time blocks. Even 90 minutes of focused time can outperform 9 hours of distracted effort. Treat your calendar like sacred ground. Don't let people book your life just because you're free. Free time isn't free, it's fuel for what matters. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Seneca. Every minute you guard. Every hour you protect. Every distraction you eliminate is a vote for the man you're becoming. A man who doesn't just talk about purpose. He schedules it. He prioritizes it. He shows up for it. Because that's what discipline looks like in a world of temptation. Let them call you strict. Let them say you're unavailable. Let them wonder why you don't engage in every trend, every invite, every debate. You're not here to be accessible. You're here to be exceptional. And that requires focus. That requires standards. That requires boundaries. So guard your time not like it's just part of your day, but like it's a piece of your soul. Because it is. And once it's gone, you don't get it back. 8. Learn to say no with strength and respect. Noemia 2 CTA 7. So now, you've started guarding your time. You've trimmed the distractions. You've taken back your focus. But there's one more layer to this boundary. And it's the one that trips up even the strongest men. It's the word most of us were never taught to use with confidence. No. 2 letters. 1 syllable. But a lifetime of guilt, pressure, and people-pleasing wrapped around it. Because let's be honest. Saying yes feels easier at first. But saying yes to everyone is slowly saying no to yourself. Here's what the Stoics understood that most modern men forget. You cannot live a focused, meaningful life if you cannot say no. No is not rejection. It's direction. It's not a wall. It's a gate to protect what matters most. Why is it so hard to say no? Because we fear disapproval. We crave acceptance. We don't want to be misunderstood, judged, or called selfish. But here's the brutal truth. A man who says yes to everything will eventually become nothing to himself. He'll lose his identity in the noise. He'll become a reflection of others' expectations, not a representation of his own values. And that's not leadership. That's emotional slavery. So what does it look like to say no like a Stoic? It's not aggressive. It's not dramatic. It's not disrespectful. It's clear. It's grounded. It's non-negotiable. You don't explain yourself to earn permission. You state your boundary with calm strength. And you let your life speak louder than your justifications. Because here's the truth. A man with purpose is never at the mercy of guilt. He knows that every no is a yes to something deeper. His time. His integrity. His health. His mission. His family. His peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." That's clarity. That's self-trust. And that's the standard you need to hold when it comes to your time, energy, and commitments. How do you build the muscle to say no? Practice it in low-stakes situations. Decline that unnecessary meeting. Skip the group chat. Replace vague excuses with simple truth. That doesn't align with my priorities right now. Remind yourself, someone's disappointment is not your responsibility. Journal the long-term cost of every people-pleasing yes you've said. Let it sink in. Learn to sit in discomfort. The strength isn't in avoiding guilt, it's in not obeying it. Because every time you say no with clarity, you become a man who leads his life rather than being led by it. Saying no doesn't mean you don't care. It means you care enough about your purpose, your standards, your future, to not give them away for cheap approval. Let them misunderstand you. Let them talk. Let them get uncomfortable. Because here's the irony. The more you respect your no, the more others will start to respect your yes. So stop shrinking to keep the peace. Stop bending to keep the room comfortable. Your life isn't a democracy. It's a mission. And missions require focus, not permission. 9. Confidence and patience are the foundation of endurance. You've learned to say no. You've drawn the line. You've stopped letting guilt shape your schedule and others' needs dictate your time. But now the real test begins. Can you stay the course when nothing happens right away? Because setting boundaries is one thing. Maintaining them, living them, staying rooted in them when there's no instant result, that's where most men fall. They want the transformation now, the reward now, the validation now. But life, especially a life of meaning, doesn't work like that. The Stoics understood something most people today forget. Real progress is slow. Real growth is invisible. And real strength is built in silence. It takes confidence to walk a path that doesn't deliver quick wins. It takes patience to keep going when no one is watching, clapping, or validating. It takes something deeper than motivation. It takes endurance. No great thing is created suddenly. Epictetus. The modern world tells you to hustle harder, move faster, do more. But a man of virtue knows speed doesn't guarantee direction. You can be sprinting toward emptiness. You can be grinding for things that don't matter. What matters isn't just that you're moving, but that you're moving with clarity. And when you're clear on where you're going, you don't need to rush. You need to endure. Confidence isn't loud. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need approval. It simply knows. Knows that every small act of discipline is a seed. Knows that results may be delayed, but growth is never wasted. Knows that time is your ally when your foundation is strong. So what does real confidence look like? It looks like showing up for your morning routine when no one will ever know. It looks like training your body even when the mirror hasn't changed yet. It looks like choosing patience over panic when business is slow. It looks like trusting the mission, especially on days that feel meaningless. Because here's the hard truth. Most men give up not because they're weak, but because they didn't respect the timeline of greatness. Patience doesn't mean sitting around. It means doing the work without needing a gold star to keep going. It means knowing that one day, the hours you invested, the nights you stayed consistent, the boundaries you defended, the values you lived, will compound into something that no one can take from you. That's endurance. That's masculinity. That's what Stoicism is about. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Just that you do the right thing. The rest doesn't matter." He didn't say do the right thing when it feels good, or when it pays off fast, or when it gets you praise. Just do the right thing. And keep doing it. How do you build this kind of endurance? Stop measuring daily results. Start measuring daily integrity. Reframe slow progress as lasting transformation. Develop internal scorecards. Did I act with discipline today? Did I move with virtue? Choose process over payoff. Mastery over applause. Let time work for you, not against you. Because patience is the weapon of the man who knows he's playing a long game. You want to become unshakable? You want to build a life that stands the test of time? Then combine confidence in your values with patience in your process. That's what makes a man reliable. That's what makes him respected. That's what makes him immovable. So keep going. Not because it's easy. Not because it's glamorous. But because it's right. And the man who keeps doing what's right, long after it stops being exciting, is the man who will own a life others only dream of. 10. Focus on virtue, not outcome. So now, you've learned to endure. To trust the process, not the pace. To walk forward with quiet confidence. And hold the line with patience while the world screams for shortcuts. But here's the final piece. the one that binds everything together. You must stop chasing outcomes and start living by virtues. Because outcomes, they're unstable. They shift. They lie. Success can fade. Money can vanish. Status can turn on you in an instant. But virtue lasts. In the eyes of the Stoics, virtue isn't optional. It's the measure of a man. Not how much you've achieved, but how you show up when it matters most, and especially when it doesn't. Virtue means living in alignment with truth. It means you act not because it gets results, but because it's the right thing to do. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. It's not about getting the promotion. It's about leading with integrity. It's not about becoming rich. It's about being generous when no one's looking. It's not about winning every battle. It's about keeping your character intact when the pressure's on. The modern world will tell you, you are what you produce. You are what others think. You are the outcome. But that's a lie. You are not your numbers. You are not your image. You are not how many people clap when you walk in the room. You are your choices. You are your values. You are the standard you live by when no one else is watching. When you measure yourself by virtue, not results, you stop living for external validation. You stop bending your principles for applause. You stop compromising who you are just to win a short-term game. You start playing the infinite game. The one where you wake up and respect the man in the mirror, even if the world doesn't recognize what you're building. That's freedom. That's power. That's true success. So what are the virtues? The Stoics named 4. Wisdom, making decisions with clarity, not emotion. Courage, acting in truth, even when it costs you. Temperance, choosing balance over indulgence. Justice, doing what's right, not what's easy. These are not abstract ideas. They are your compass, your armor, your inner code when everything outside of you feels unstable. How to live by virtue daily. Ask before every decision, is this aligned with my values or just my ego? Choose long-term respect over short-term comfort. Speak the truth even when it shakes the room. Keep your promises to others and, more importantly, to yourself. Let your actions speak so loudly, you don't need to explain your worth. Because in the end, your outcomes will fade. But your character, that's what remains. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. When you stop chasing what's outside of your control and start mastering what's inside, you don't just become more successful. You become untouchable. No one can guarantee what tomorrow holds, but you can guarantee how you'll show up. Not perfectly, but virtuously. Not to impress, but to embody the man you were meant to be. Focus on virtue. Let go of the outcome. Because the man who lives by principle, even in the dark, will always walk in light. If you've been trading your time for things that no longer deserve it, if you feel like you've been living someone else's life instead of your own, then stop. Right now. You don't need more advice. You need a commitment. A quiet promise to yourself. I will no longer let my time slip away for things that don't matter. You have the right, and more than that, the responsibility, to focus on yourself, to build your inner strength, to live with intention, and to become the man you would respect if you met him. Drop a comment below. Which principle from this video will you start applying today? And if this video spoke to you, don't forget to hit like to help spread the Stoic message further. And tap subscribe so you don't miss more content on minimalist mindset, practical stoicism, and the path of personal mastery for the modern man. You don't have to start perfectly. You just have to start intentionally. I'll see you in the next video. There's a stronger, sharper, more focused version of you waiting on the other side. Have you ever felt like you're saying too much, but being heard too little? Have you ever wondered, why do I always have to prove myself to the world? We live in a noisy world. Everyone is speaking. Everyone has an opinion. People rush to show off, argue, and make their voices heard, afraid of being forgotten. But what they don't realize is this. Silence is not weakness. Silence is a higher form of strength. And when you combine silence with deep focus on yourself, you begin to transform. You begin to win. Focus on yourself. Stay silent. You win. Today, we'll explore 10 powerful principles to help you reclaim your focus, your inner stillness, and your quiet strength. Rooted in Stoic philosophy and deep spiritual wisdom. 1. Rediscover self-love in a world obsessed with romantic love. So the world is loud. And in all that noise, there's one message that's been repeated over and over again. You're not complete until you're loved by someone else. You hear it in music. You see it in movies. You feel it every time people ask, "Are you seeing anyone?" Like your worth depends on your relationship status. But what if that narrative is broken? What if the love you've been chasing outside of you was never meant to complete you, but only to reflect what's already there? Because here's the truth. You were never meant to find your worth in someone else's arms. You were meant to discover it in your own silence. Romantic love is beautiful. But when you make it your source of identity, you will bleed for validation. You will settle for less. You will compromise your values just to avoid being alone. And that's not love. That's self-abandonment. The Stoics taught that the most important relationship you will ever have is the one you have with yourself. Marcus Aurelius didn't say, "Find the right person." He said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Epictetus didn't write about finding the one. He wrote about becoming someone who could stand alone. Because real love doesn't rescue you. It meets you whole. So what is self-love, really? It's not ego. It's not arrogance. It's not saying, "I'm better than everyone." It's waking up and saying, "I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I don't need your approval to feel enough." It's setting boundaries not to push people away, but to protect your peace. It's saying no to what drains you, so you have room to say yes to what builds you. It's choosing to heal, even if no one applauds your process. And the most powerful part? When you finally start loving yourself fully, you stop settling for half-hearted love from others. You no longer beg for breadcrumbs of attention. You no longer lose sleep over someone ghosting you. You no longer chase people who are unsure about you, because you've already chosen you. How do you start? Sit with yourself. Not in loneliness, but in reflection. Write a list of what you once tolerated in others and why you won't anymore. Speak to yourself like someone you're committed to protecting. Pray. Meditate. Ground yourself not in the approval of people, but in the presence of God, who knew your worth before the world tried to measure it. Because once you realize that your Creator already approves of you, you stop craving permission from creation. You don't need a partner to be complete. You don't need a relationship to be valid. You don't need a soulmate to feel worthy. You are already loved. You are already chosen. You are already enough. Not because the world says so, but because the voice within has spoken louder than the voices around. So love yourself deeply. Respect yourself fiercely. And let the world catch up to the man you're becoming. 2. Find peace in solitude and time. So now, you've begun choosing yourself. You've stopped begging for love. You've started building it from the inside. But when the world quiets down, when the notifications stop, when the people leave, you're left with something that terrifies most. Silence, stillness, solitude. And maybe, for the first time in a long time, you don't know what to do with it. But here's what the Stoics knew, what the world has forgotten. Solitude isn't emptiness. It's clarity. It's where the soul goes to breathe. In a world addicted to noise, choosing to be alone feels like rebellion. Because if you're not online, not responding, not available, then who are you? Let me tell you. You are someone who's no longer willing to be a slave to distractions. You are someone who's brave enough to look inward, to ask deeper questions, to listen not to the world, but to your own voice and maybe to God's. Seneca once said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." And solitude strips away the imagination. It forces you to stop running from your thoughts and start reclaiming authority over them. Because in stillness, you begin to see what truly matters, what no longer serves you, what your heart has been whispering, but you were too busy to hear. So how do you find peace in solitude? Create time to disconnect, not out of avoidance, but intention. Walk without a destination. Let your mind wander until it rests. Spend time with God in silence, not always asking, but simply being. Reflect on your life, not as a critic, but as a creator. Because in those quiet moments, you'll begin to hear the real you. Not the version the world expects, but the one you buried beneath deadlines, likes, and validation. Time is not just passing. It's asking you, are you using me well? Every minute spent chasing approval is a minute lost in building purpose. Every hour spent pleasing others is an hour stolen from your own soul. And when you realize time is your most sacred currency, you stop spending it on people who don't honor it. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Seneca. Let that sink in. You don't need more hours in the day. You need more alignment in how you live them. So embrace solitude not as loneliness, but as a sacred classroom. A place where your mind grows quiet, your spirit strengthens, and your path becomes clear. You don't have to fear the silence, because it's in the silence that you finally remember who you are. 3. The power of silence in a noisy world. You've stepped into solitude. You've started reclaiming your time. You've made room for stillness. But now comes the next challenge. Can you stay silent while the world screams? We live in an age where everyone has a platform. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone's trying to prove, explain, defend, argue, and be heard. Louder. Faster. More often. But the man who speaks less? He's often seen as cold, or detached, or out of place. And yet, the man who stays silent with intention is often the one who's already won. Because silence is not weakness. Silence is a declaration of power. It means you don't need the last word to stand firm. It means you don't need to prove yourself to people who can't even hear truth. It means you're no longer controlled by impulse. You've trained your mind to sit still. The Stoics weren't just masters of reason. They were masters of restraint. They understood that true strength isn't revealed in how loud you are, but in how little you need to speak. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." Not clapbacks. Not public shaming. Not defending your worth to those who can't see it. Just silence, self-control, and forward movement. So why is silence powerful? Because it protects your energy. Because it keeps you from reacting emotionally to things beneath your mission. Because it creates mystery, depth, gravity. Because it allows you to listen to God, to your inner voice, to what's truly important. In a world full of noise, the one who can stay quiet becomes unforgettable. Silence doesn't mean passive. It means intentional. It doesn't mean you're afraid. It means you've already won the battle within. You no longer speak to gain approval. You no longer explain your worth to the unqualified. You no longer let every opinion penetrate your peace. You move in silence. You build in silence. You grow in silence. And when the time comes, you let your actions speak. He who does not understand your silence will probably not understand your words. Elbert Hubbard. You don't need to announce your greatness. You just need to become it. And trust me, the world always notices a man who doesn't need to be noticed. So let them talk. Let them argue. Let them post. Let them gossip. You stay grounded. Stay focused. Stay silent. Because that's how you stay free. 4. Don't seek approval from others. So you've chosen silence. You've stopped explaining yourself. You've learned to stay calm, grounded, and focused, even when the world gets loud. But there's one more chain you have to break. One that's subtle, invisible, but keeps millions of men stuck in lives that aren't truly theirs. The need to be approved by others. It sounds harmless. Wanting to be liked. Wanting to be understood. Wanting to hear someone say, "You did well." But when your soul depends on the approval of people, you will spend your entire life chasing a nod that may never come. You'll shrink yourself to fit their comfort. You'll silence your convictions to avoid their judgment. You'll trade purpose for popularity, truth for applause. And the worst part? Even when you do everything right, they still might not accept you. Because people's approval is not based on your authenticity. It's based on their own fears, biases, and expectations. Here's the truth the Stoics knew. You don't need the world's permission to live with integrity. You already have divine approval. When you know who you are in the eyes of God, you stop trying to impress the eyes of men. When you live by eternal standards, you stop bending to temporary opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "It never ceases to amaze me, we all love ourselves more than other people, but we care more about their opinions than our own." That contradiction? It destroys men from the inside. But not you. Not anymore. Because you're learning to look inward for validation, not outward. So how do you stop seeking approval? Get clear on your values. Live by them. Loud opinions don't move a grounded man. Remind yourself, approval is addictive, but truth is freeing. Ask daily, am I doing what's right or what's popular? Surround yourself with people who challenge you, not people who flatter you. And above all, seek alignment with God, not applause from people. Because the man who knows he's walking in truth doesn't need an audience to keep moving forward. Let people misunderstand you. Let them talk. Let them doubt. You weren't built for their approval. You were built for your assignment. You don't need to be liked. You need to be true. You need to be anchored. You need to be unshakably you. So stop begging for seats at tables God never asked you to sit at. Stop trading your identity for acceptance. And start walking in freedom. Quiet. Focused. Unapologetically aligned. That's when you win. 5. Build strength through self-mastery. So now, you've let go of the need to be liked. You've stopped chasing approval. You're no longer bending just to fit in. But now comes the real work. Because once the noise fades, once you're finally free from the opinions of others, you're left with one question. Can you lead yourself? Can you wake up when no one is watching? Can you say no to temptation without applause? Can you choose growth, pain, and discipline without external reward? Because that's what true strength is. Not just lifting weight. Not just enduring storms. But choosing self-mastery when nobody's forcing you. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They weren't impressed by charisma. They weren't moved by wealth or fame. They respected the man who could govern his own impulses. The man who could remain calm in chaos, focused in distraction, and grounded when emotions run high. That man? He doesn't need control over the world, because he's mastered the most dangerous territory of all, his own soul. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And isn't that what we all want? Not just freedom from control, but freedom from addiction, reaction, self-sabotage. To be the man who doesn't need rules, because he's already ruled by his values. To be the man who doesn't need motivation, because his discipline is the engine. To be the man who doesn't crumble under pressure, because pressure is where he trains. So how do you build this kind of strength? Start with your morning. Win the first hour before the world has a chance to distract you. Practice delay. Deny short-term gratification for long-term peace. Track your habits, not your feelings. Discipline thrives when emotion steps aside. Learn to do hard things without complaining. And above all, stay connected to God, not for escape, but for direction. Because true strength is not the absence of weakness. It's the refusal to be ruled by it. When you master yourself, you no longer need to manipulate your environment. You don't need to force control on others. You don't need the perfect conditions to thrive. You bring order to every room you walk into, because you've brought order to your soul. It is not that things are hard that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are hard. Seneca. But now, you dare. You commit. You lead yourself. Because you're done waiting for life to shape you. You're shaping yourself every day, every choice, every breath. 6. Learn to say no with confidence and self-respect. So now you've begun to master yourself. You've taken control of your mornings, your habits, your emotions. You've stopped reacting and started leading. But here's the next test of real self-respect. Can you say no when it matters most? Even when it's uncomfortable? Even when it disappoints people? Because let's be honest, it's easy to go with the flow. To say yes to avoid conflict. To stay quiet so no one gets upset. To please others at the cost of your peace. But every time you say yes to something that violates your values, you are saying no to yourself. You don't need to yell. You don't need to be rude. You don't even need to justify it. You just need to be clear, grounded, unshakable. Because a man who cannot say no will be ruled by the agendas of everyone else. The Stoics didn't care about popularity. They cared about principle. Marcus Aurelius didn't write, "Make sure everyone agrees with you." He wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." That's clarity. That's integrity. That's what it looks like when your yes means something, because your no is backed by courage. So why is it so hard? Because we were trained to equate kindness with compliance. Because we mistake approval for connection. Because we've been taught that saying no makes us cold, selfish, or difficult. But here's the truth. Saying no isn't rejection. It's protection. It's how you defend your time, your energy, your values, your mission. It's how you tell the world, I am not available for things that pull me out of alignment. How do you practice this kind of self-respect? Pause before you respond. Don't react, reflect. Say no without apology. You're not guilty for honoring your values. Set boundaries that serve your peace, not your guilt. Don't explain to people who aren't entitled to your process. Remember, if they get angry at your boundaries, they benefited from your lack of them. You want to grow? Then you'll have to disappoint some people. You'll have to exit circles you once fought to belong to. You'll have to protect your energy like it's sacred, because it is. Let them call you distant. Let them misunderstand your silence. Let them say you've changed. You have. Because men of virtue don't say yes to everything. They say yes to the right things. So speak clearly. Stand firmly. Say no with confidence and calm. Not to push others away, but to keep yourself centered. Because self-respect isn't loud. It's consistent. 7. Don't let distractions derail you. You've drawn your boundaries. You've learned to say no. You've protected your time, your energy, your values. But now comes the more subtle enemy. The one that doesn't knock on your door. It sneaks in quietly. Slowly. Unnoticed. Distraction. It doesn't shout. It whispers. It says, just check your phone real quick. You deserve a break, scroll a little. You'll get to that goal later. And before you know it, you've traded purpose for entertainment, progress for stimulation, your mission for meaningless motion. Here's what the Stoics understood. You don't need to be destroyed to be defeated. You just need to be distracted. Seneca warned us long ago. People are frugal in guarding their personal property. But as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful. Your distractions might not look dangerous. They might look like harmless habits. A few extra minutes online. A show you didn't need to binge. An argument you didn't need to enter. A thought spiral you didn't need to feed. But they all carry the same price tag. Focus. Why do distractions work? Because they offer what's easy. And your goals demand what's hard. Because they give you dopamine now, while discipline gives you rewards later. Because they feel urgent, even though they're meaningless. And if you're not ruthless about guarding your attention, you'll slowly drift off course. One scroll, one click, one drama at a time. So how do you reclaim control? Audit your inputs. If it doesn't align with your values, cut it. Silence notifications. Your purpose deserves your undivided attention. Limit low-quality conversations. Small minds love small talk. Declutter your digital life. Clean feeds, clean focus. Choose your battles. Most things don't need your reaction, only your redirection. And most importantly, be where your feet are. Because when you're present, distraction loses its grip. Distraction is the devil's decoy. It doesn't need to destroy your life. It just needs to delay your purpose. To keep you busy but empty. To keep you scrolling but stagnant. But not you. Not anymore. Because now you see it. You feel it. And you're choosing different. You want to win? Then simplify. Focus. Delete what doesn't matter. Not because you're uptight, but because you're aligned. You've got limited time, limited energy, and a calling too big to waste it chasing noise. Guard your focus like your future depends on it. Because it does. 8. Discipline is what protects you from distraction. You've seen it clearly now. Distraction isn't harmless. It's not innocent. It's strategic. And if you don't have a system to fight back, you won't just drift off track. You'll wake up one day miles away from the life you meant to build. So what's the shield? Discipline. Not hype. Not motivation. Not mood. Just plain, quiet, powerful discipline. The Stoics weren't emotional men. They didn't wait to feel like it. They trained their minds to do what was right. Especially when it was hard. Because they understood something most people today don't. Your future doesn't belong to the most talented. It belongs to the most disciplined. Marcus Aurelius woke up every day as the Emperor of Rome. He could have done whatever he wanted. But instead, he wrote this. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. That's the mindset. No entitlement. No excuses. Just discipline. Discipline isn't punishment. It's protection. It guards your focus. It protects your peace. It preserves your energy for things that actually move you forward. Because when the feelings fade, when the excitement dies, when no one's cheering you on, discipline is what keeps you showing up. What does this look like in real life? Waking up when you said you would, without negotiating with yourself. Training your body even when you're tired. Saying no to temptation, not because it's wrong, but because it's not aligned. Doing deep work without checking your phone every 10 minutes. Spending time in silence, scripture, or prayer instead of aimless scrolling. Choosing consistency over intensity. Because that's the game. Tiny wins, stacked daily. No drama. No excuses. Just effort, repeated. The devil doesn't need to knock you down. He just needs to get you out of rhythm. Out of routine. Off your discipline. But the man who protects his patterns protects his destiny. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Epictetus. Read that again. Then live it. Because you'll never become what you won't practice. So, no more waiting for motivation. No more reacting to how you feel. No more looking for external pushes. From now on, let your discipline lead you. Because one day, when others fall apart, you'll still be standing. Not because it was easy, but because you trained for it. 9. Consistency beats motivation. So now, you've built your shield. You've embraced discipline. You've stopped letting feelings decide your future. But here's the next truth you have to swallow. Discipline starts the journey, but consistency finishes it. Motivation is exciting. It makes you feel alive. It gets you to buy the journal, join the gym, start the project. But motivation has a short lifespan. It's fleeting. It comes and goes with the weather, the mood, the numbers on the scale. Consistency? It's not sexy. It's not loud. It doesn't ask for applause. But it's the real engine behind every breakthrough you've ever seen. The Stoics never waited for a good day to act. They didn't wait to feel inspired to train their minds. They built systems. They followed structure. They repeated the process until it became who they were. You become what you repeatedly do. Aristotle. So ask yourself, what are you repeating? Are you repeating excuses? Or effort? Complaints? Or commitment? Because consistency is what separates potential from power. You don't need to go all out. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing up. When you're tired. When it's inconvenient. When no one's watching. When it feels pointless. Because the man who moves forward 1% every day will outrun the man who waits for perfect conditions to take giant leaps. What does consistency actually look like? Waking up early 6-7 days, even if one was rough. Praying or journaling every morning, even if it's just 5 minutes. Keeping your commitments, even when you're only at 60%. Training when you don't feel strong, because showing up is strength. Speaking with integrity, even when you're frustrated or unheard. Your habits build your future, not your hopes. You don't need to feel on fire. You just need to keep the flame alive. Even when it flickers. Even when it dims. You keep tending it. Because one day, that small steady flame will become the fire that carries you through every storm. Success is not a product of moments. It's a product of patterns. So don't chase the high. Chase the reps. Chase the rhythm. Chase the quiet wins that no one claps for, but that build everything you'll ever be proud of. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. So stop chasing the spark and start building the structure. You look back one day, not in awe of a single big moment, but in respect for the man who never quit. 10. Real change comes from repeated habits. So now you understand. You don't need constant motivation. You don't need fireworks or big moments. You just need consistency, day after day, hour by hour, moment by moment. But even more than that, you need to realize one final truth. Real change, deep, lasting, undeniable change, doesn't come from what you do once. It comes from what you do over and over again. The man who gets up at 5 a.m. one time, he's excited. The man who gets up at 5 a.m. for 90 days straight, he's transformed. The man who trains hard once a week when he's inspired, he's emotional. The man who trains daily even when he's tired, he's dangerous. The Stoics never talked about big, flashy change. They talked about virtue, about formation, about daily practices that shape the man from the inside out. They knew you are not the sum of your intentions. You are the sum of your habits. You want to be more focused? Then practice silence daily. You want to be more grounded? Then journal daily. You want to be more disciplined? Then train your body and your mind daily. You want peace? Then choose presence over and over and over again. Because the man who becomes unshakable is simply the man who repeats what matters. So how do you build real change? Start small. Tiny actions done daily beat big plans done rarely. Track your effort, not just your outcome. Forgive yourself fast, but never negotiate your standard. Embrace boredom. Mastery is boring, but it works. Celebrate the invisible progress no one sees, because you know it's real. This is how legacies are built. Not in one great day, but in 1,000 ordinary ones. Stacked. Aligned. Sacred. First, tell yourself what kind of person you want to be. Then do what you have to do. Epictetus. So tell yourself now. Who are you becoming? And then prove it. Not with one loud decision, but with one quiet habit. Repeat it until you are no longer pretending. You have become. Your life doesn't change when you speak it. It changes when you live it. So go. One action at a time. One habit at a time. One day at a time. That's how you rise. That's how you evolve. That's how you win. You made it to the end. Not everyone does. But you did, because deep down, you know it's time. Time to stop explaining yourself. Time to stop chasing validation. Time to stop living distracted, divided, disconnected. And start doing what only the strongest men are willing to do. Focus on yourself. Stay silent. Build in secret. And rise in strength. This isn't about becoming loud. It's about becoming clear. Clear on your values. Clear on your mission. Clear on the man you're here to become. So now it's your turn. Drop a comment below. Which principle from this video hit you the hardest, and which one will you start applying today? And if you're committed to mastering your mind, guarding your focus, and living with virtue, hit like and tap subscribe. This channel is for men like you. Not those chasing attention, but those chasing alignment. You don't need to move fast. You just need to move forward. With intention. With discipline. And with silence. We're just getting started. Are you truly living, or just getting by? Are you walking your own path or simply reacting to everything around you? How many times have you opened your phone, scrolled through social media, only to end up feeling not good enough, not successful enough, not worthy of love? How many dreams have you once held close, only to watch them get delayed, doubted, or discarded? Because you let someone else control your time and attention? If you've ever felt lost, if you've ever felt drained, drowning in noise, judgment, and comparison, then maybe it's time to come home. To return to yourself. Focus on yourself. Stay silent. You win. Today, you're reclaiming something the world has tried to strip away from you. Your focus. Your stillness. And your strength from within. We're about to walk through 10 Stoic principles to help you master your life, build unshakable discipline, and succeed in stillness. Stay until the end, because the 10th principle might just change the way you live the rest of your life. 1. You don't owe anyone an explanation. So you've decided to take your power back. You're tired of explaining. Tired of justifying your path. Tired of defending your growth to people who don't live your life, don't carry your weight, don't know your story. And here's what you need to hear, loud and clear. You don't owe anyone an explanation for evolving. Too many men waste their energy trying to convince others they're doing the right thing. I'm quitting this job, but here's why. I'm cutting off this friendship, but let me explain. I'm finally prioritizing myself, but I hope you understand. Stop. You're not here to negotiate your growth. You're not here to be understood by everyone. You're here to become who you were called to be. And becoming that man requires silence. It requires focus. It requires letting go of the idea that your journey needs external permission. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." That's clarity. That's power. That's living in alignment with your own values, not theirs. Why do we explain ourselves? Because deep down, we want to be accepted. We want people to know we're not selfish, or rude, or too much. We want them to get it. But here's the harsh truth. Most people won't get it. And they're not meant to. They haven't seen the nights you couldn't sleep. They haven't felt the frustration of feeling stuck. They haven't heard the whispers from God calling you to more. And that's okay. Your path is sacred. Your direction is between you and your Creator, not the crowd. So what do you do instead? You walk quietly. You move decisively. You act with integrity and let your results speak over time. You stop seeking validation from those who aren't qualified to judge your decisions. You stop explaining choices that come from your soul. You stop editing your journey for the comfort of those who've never had the courage to start their own. You want to be free? Then release the need to be understood. Release the urge to be liked. Release the compulsion to narrate every step of your growth. Let your silence speak. Let your peace explain. Let your transformation make the noise. Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. Epictetus. So the next time someone asks, "Why are you changing? Why are you distant? Why aren't you the same anymore?" Smile. Say nothing. And keep walking. Because you don't need to prove anything. You're already becoming everything you were born to be. Quietly. Clearly. Without permission. 2. Not everyone wants you to succeed. So now you've stopped explaining. You've chosen silence. You're walking in clarity. But here comes the uncomfortable part of growth. And it hits harder than most expect. Not everyone wants you to succeed. And I don't mean your enemies. I mean the people closest to you. The ones who've known your old self, but don't know what to do with your new one. Growth is uncomfortable. Not just for you, but for everyone who used to feel safe around your stagnation. The moment you start changing, you start becoming a mirror. A mirror that forces people to see their own compromises, their own excuses, their own lack of movement. And they don't like that. So instead of applauding you, they question you. They distance themselves. They mock you. Or worse, they try to pull you back. Who do you think you are? You've changed. You're different now. You think you're better than us? No. You're not better. You're just not willing to stay stuck anymore. And that makes people uncomfortable. Marcus Aurelius said, "The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject." The subject is your life, your calling, your mission. And not everyone is qualified to speak into it. You don't need their approval. You don't need their permission. You don't even need their support. You just need to keep going. So what do? Expect resistance. Anticipate discomfort. Let go of the idea that everyone who started with you will finish with you. Some people loved you because you didn't challenge them. Because you stayed small. Because you said yes to things that didn't serve you. But now, you're choosing truth. You're choosing boundaries. You're choosing to grow even if it means walking alone for a while. And that takes strength. This journey isn't about pleasing others. It's about becoming the man God called you to be. Even if that means outgrowing places, patterns, and people. Let them feel uncomfortable. Let them talk. Let them pull away. You stay locked in. You stay grounded. You stay moving forward in silence. Because not everyone wants you to succeed. But that's exactly why you must. Not to prove them wrong, but to prove to yourself that their doubt was never your truth. 3. Action speaks louder than words. You've seen it now. Not everyone will support your rise. Some will doubt you. Some will resist you. Some will disappear the moment you outgrow the version of you they were comfortable with. So what should you do? Stop talking. Start moving. Because at the end of the day, action will always speak louder than words. You don't need to post it. You don't need to preach it. You don't need to prove your vision to anyone who doesn't see it. You need to build it. Brick by brick. Silently. Relentlessly. Until the result is too loud to ignore. Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. Epictetus. You say you're disciplined? Let your schedule show it. You say you're focused? Let your progress reflect it. You say you've changed? Let your decisions speak louder than your old habits ever did. The truth is, people don't believe words. They believe patterns. They believe fruit. They believe consistency over time. So instead of telling people what you're about, show them. Or better yet, don't show them at all. Just become. You want peace? Stop debating people who aren't building anything. You want progress? Stop announcing moves you haven't made yet. You want power? Master the art of quiet execution. Because when you act in silence, you preserve energy. You eliminate resistance. You stay ahead while everyone else is busy being loud and empty. What does this look like? You journal your goals privately. You train when no one's watching. You build your finances in silence. You heal without posting quotes about healing. You let your peace be the evidence of your elevation. Let them wonder what you're up to. Let them guess why you've been quiet. Let them feel your absence. And one day, when they see the man you've become, they'll realize it wasn't magic. It was discipline. It was repetition. It was quiet work in the dark. So stop explaining. Stop convincing. Stop announcing. Put your head down. Keep your heart clean. And let your life speak. Because your results will say everything your words never needed to. 4. Sharing your goals too soon steals your drive. You've stopped talking. You've started building. You're letting your actions speak. You're beginning to taste what quiet power feels like. But then, right when the flame starts to burn, right when the vision gets clear, you slip. Not because you're lazy, not because you're weak, but because you opened your mouth too soon. You said it out loud. You shared the goal. You told them your plan. You posted the blueprint. And for a moment, it felt good. Too good. Because here's what most people don't realize. Talking about your goals gives your brain the illusion of progress, but without the pain of execution. When you announce what you're going to do, your brain releases dopamine, the chemical you should only earn after doing the real work. But instead, you get a counterfeit reward. A high without a climb. A hit of validation without transformation. Suddenly, you feel like you've accomplished something. But you haven't even started. And worst of all, that false celebration kills your urgency. It numbs your edge. It seduces you back into comfort. Now you're addicted to being seen doing the work, instead of actually doing the work. Marcus Aurelius warned us. Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do. Sanity means tying it to your own actions. Think about that. When you speak too soon, you tie your progress to their reactions. You give strangers influence over your momentum. You hand your sacred fire to people who don't even deserve a spark of it. And for what? A comment? A like? A nod? You can't build a legacy on likes. You can't build discipline on dopamine. So here's the truth. You want power? Shut up and get to work. You want clarity? Keep it off the timeline and inside your routine. You want results? Put your head down and let the work get ugly. Quiet. Lonely. Raw. Because that's where real transformation lives. In the dark. In the grind. In the silence no one claps for. You don't need to broadcast your greatness before it exists. You don't need to prove you're working. You don't need to preview the ending before writing the first chapter. You need to build with ruthless focus. You need to protect your energy like it's sacred, because it is. You need to act like you've already seen the reward, because you have. In your vision. So next time you feel the urge to share, don't. Write it down privately. Pray over it. Map it. Build it. Keep it locked in your soul until it becomes too loud to ignore. When your goals are louder than your words, the world pays attention. But when your words are louder than your goals, the world forgets. Let them wonder. Let them guess. Let them talk. You move. Silently. Strategically. Relentlessly. 5. Stop trying to convince people who'll never understand you. You've stopped sharing your goals too early. You've kept the vision sacred. You've learned to protect your fire from premature exposure. But there's still one trap most men fall into. Even in silence. Even with discipline. Even when the work is happening. They still want to be understood. They still crave for someone to get it. To validate them. To say, I see you, man. I respect what you're doing. They want approval from people who've never walked a single step in their shoes. Here's the truth. Some people are not confused about who you are. They just don't want to accept it. They see your growth. They feel your shift. And it makes them uncomfortable. Not because you're wrong, but because your clarity exposes their confusion. Your discipline exposes their drift. Your light triggers their shadows. So they resist you, misunderstand you, doubt you, talk about you, dismiss you. And you? You spend precious energy trying to explain yourself to people who already decided not to listen. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When another blames you or hates you, or people voice similar criticisms, go to their souls, penetrate inside and see what sort of people they are. You will realize that there is no need to be racked with anxiety that they hold any particular opinion about you." This is the Emperor of Rome saying, "Don't let people's opinions own you, especially when their inner world is in chaos. You want peace? Then stop justifying your standards to people who benefit from your confusion. Stop apologizing for protecting your energy. Stop begging for understanding from minds that were never built to carry your vision. You don't need to be liked. You don't need to be accepted. You don't need them to finally see your side. You just need to be aligned within yourself and with your purpose. When you're aligned with truth, you can be misunderstood and still move forward. You can be judged and still remain grounded. You can be doubted and still rise, because you're no longer powered by their praise. How do you break free from the need to be understood? Accept that not everyone is meant to walk with you. Let go of explaining every decision you make. Practice radical detachment. Their confusion is not your responsibility. Choose peace over being right. Let your consistency become the loudest message you'll ever send. Because in the end, you don't need to be understood by the crowd. You only need to be obedient to your calling. Let them misunderstand you. Let them gossip. Let them roll their eyes. Let them think you've changed. Because you have. And you're not going back. You were never meant to convince the world. You were meant to become the man God designed you to be, whether they understand it or not. 6. Care for yourself from the inside out. You've stopped trying to be understood. You let go of explaining, of defending, of proving. Now what? Now, you heal. Not for applause. Not to impress. Not so they'll say you've changed. But because you finally realize you deserve to be whole. You deserve to be strong. And you deserve to be at peace. You see, real power doesn't just come from hustle. It doesn't just come from discipline, silence, and strategy. It also comes from how well you take care of what's within. And I'm not just talking about the gym or green juice. I'm talking about the habits no one sees. Getting real sleep. Drinking water before coffee. Cooking instead of coping. Sitting with God instead of scrolling. Writing out what hurts instead of ignoring it. Self-care isn't soft. It's strategic. Because when you're drained emotionally, mentally, spiritually, you become reactive. You lose clarity. You snap. You doubt. You spiral. But when you're full, you move different. You lead different. You respond with wisdom, not wounds. The Stoics believed in this too, though they said it differently. They didn't say take bubble baths. They said, a man must stand erect, not be kept erect by others. Marcus Aurelius. How do you stand tall every day? By building habits that restore your soul, not just your calendar. What does caring for yourself from the inside out look like? Wake up with intention, not urgency. Begin your day in silence before the noise begins. Prioritize whole foods and clean water, not because of vanity, but vitality. Say no to people and patterns that exhaust you. Walk in nature without headphones. Let your mind breathe. Talk to God like He's not far, because He isn't. This is not weakness. This is warrior-level self-respect. Because the man who can protect his peace can lead in any storm. You want to be unstoppable? Then treat your mind like a sacred temple. Treat your body like a vessel of purpose. Treat your time like holy ground. Stop glorifying burnout. Start honoring recovery. Not to escape life, but to be fully present for it. If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Epictetus. So let them laugh when you say no to chaos. Let them mock when you leave early to get rest. Let them think you're boring for choosing peace. Because the real ones? We're not here to entertain. We're here to endure. To outlast. To live from overflow. 7. Manage your finances like a man on a mission. You've started taking care of your body, your mind, your peace. Now, it's time to take care of something just as sacred, but far more dangerous when ignored. Your money. Because no matter how disciplined you are, no matter how peaceful you seem, if your finances are a mess, your life is built on a shaky foundation. Money is not evil. Money is neutral. It simply reveals your values. How you spend, how you save, how you give. It all reflects what you believe about freedom, security, legacy, and identity. So the real question isn't, how much money do you make? It's, are you the master of your money or its slave? The Stoics understood this too. They didn't worship riches, but they didn't ignore money either. They saw money as a tool, nothing more, nothing less. Seneca, one of the wealthiest Stoics of his time, wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." Read that again. You can make 6 figures and still live like a beggar if you lack control. You can drive a luxury car and still be anxious every time the card is swiped. Why? Because you never trained your money to obey you. It's been training you to chase, compare, spend, and escape. So what does financial self-mastery look like? Spending with intention, not impulse. Saving not out of fear, but out of strategy. Investing in what multiplies your values, not your vanity. Saying no to things that look rich but make you weak. Saying yes to peace over possessions. Because true financial freedom isn't about having everything. It's about needing very little to feel full. And here's the truth. If you don't tell your money where to go, it will find its way into things that make you feel powerful but leave you empty. New gear. New toys. New debts. New stress. It's not about never enjoying life. It's about not destroying your future for the illusion of success today. You want to walk tall? Then get your finances in order. Not because you want to look rich, but because you're building something real. Freedom. Margin. Generational strength. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Epictetus. So stop chasing the next thing. Start mastering what's already in your hands. Track it. Tame it. Use it like a warrior wields his sword. With clarity. With control. And always in service of something greater. Because the man who controls his money is the man who cannot be bought, cannot be shaken, cannot be enslaved. He doesn't chase status. He chooses strategy. And that's how he wins. 8. Keep your dignity in every relationship. You've learned how to master your finances. You've chosen strategy over impulse. You've claimed your freedom from within. Now, it's time to master something even more sacred. Your dignity. Not just in how you carry yourself, but in what you allow, what you tolerate, and how you teach people to treat you. Because here's the truth no one teaches us. Every relationship is either pulling you forward or pulling you out of alignment. And you get to choose who stays in your life. Too many strong men crumble not because of failure, but because they compromised themselves in relationships. They settled. They betrayed their standards. They gave access to people who only drained, used, or confused them. They chased love at the cost of their identity. Why? Because being alone was scarier than being disrespected. Because silence felt heavier than dysfunction. Because they were never taught that loneliness is better than losing yourself. The Stoics knew, no man is free who is not master of himself. Epictetus. And part of mastering yourself is refusing to shrink for the sake of connection. Refusing to bend your values to fit someone else's comfort zone. Refusing to stay silent when your spirit is screaming this isn't right. So what does dignity in relationships look like? Saying no when you're pressured to become someone you're not. Walking away when love becomes manipulation. Refusing to entertain one-sided loyalty. Being kind without becoming soft. Being clear about your standards, even when it makes you the villain in someone's story. Because if you have to lose yourself to keep someone, you're not winning. You're disappearing. You weren't created to be tolerated. You were created to be respected. And that starts with how you respect yourself. So stop lowering the bar just to not feel lonely. Stop making excuses for people who never show up. Stop holding on to relationships that require your silence to survive. The right people won't need you to be smaller. The right partner won't punish you for being honest. The right friendships will challenge you without costing your peace. But first, you have to become the kind of man who's willing to walk away when it's not aligned. To live a good life. We have the potential for it. If we learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference. Marcus Aurelius. Your dignity is not up for negotiation. Not for attention. Not for closeness. Not for potential. Because at the end of the day, a man with standards may lose people, but a man without them loses himself. 9. Master your reactions. Calm is your superpower. You've learned to protect your dignity. You've walked away from what dishonors your peace. You've raised your standards, not from ego, but from clarity. Now comes one of the hardest, most powerful skills you'll ever build. The ability to stay calm when everything around you is not. Let's be real. Life gets chaotic. People will test you, disrespect you, disappoint you. And life? It won't always play fair. But your true power is not found in controlling the world. It's found in controlling yourself. It's not what happens that defines you. It's how you respond. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, faced betrayal, war, loss, and pressure no modern man can imagine. But he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's the Stoic code. That's the blueprint for unshakable men. When you react emotionally, you give power away. When you lash out, you lose leverage. When you spiral, you delay your own healing. But when you can stay calm, when you can pause, when you can choose your response, you win battles without raising your voice. You lead without dominating. You influence without force. That's what men of mastery do. What does mastering your reaction look like? Taking a deep breath instead of a defensive posture. Walking away from arguments that cost your peace. Choosing silence when your ego wants to scream. Sitting with your emotions before making a decision. Praying before reacting. Asking, what would the strongest version of me do right now? You don't need to control them. You don't need to control the outcome. You just need to control you. Because the most dangerous man in the room is the one who stays calm under fire. Anger is a brief madness. Horace. Don't let temporary emotion ruin permanent character. Train yourself to sit in the tension. To breathe in the discomfort. To be the stillness when everyone else is noise. That's your superpower. Not the reaction, but the restraint. You want to rise above the chaos? Then stop joining it. You're not built to be reactive. You're built to be rooted. 10. You don't owe the world an explanation for your happiness. You've learned to stay calm in the storm. You've stopped reacting. You've started responding with clarity, with focus, with peace. Now comes the final truth. The one that sets you completely free. You don't owe the world an explanation for your happiness. Read that again. Let it hit. Because for most of your life, you were taught to justify joy, to earn peace, to explain why you feel good, why you're smiling, why you're thriving. Like you needed permission. Like you needed applause. Like your wholeness was suspicious unless someone else approved it. No more. You fought. You've healed. You've walked alone. You've stayed silent. You've done the work in the dark. You've sacrificed comfort to build character. And now that you've found alignment, now that you've discovered what makes your soul rest easy, that's yours. And no one gets to put it on trial. Some people won't understand it. Some people will question it. Some will say you've changed, or become distant, or moved different. And you have. Because you chose peace over pressure. You chose alignment over approval. You chose quiet joy over loud chaos. And you don't need to shrink just because your happiness makes others uncomfortable. What does this look like? Saying no to toxic people, even if they're family. Letting go of hustle culture and choosing stillness. Loving your quiet life and not apologizing for it. Choosing purpose over pressure. Living soft on the outside, but fierce in your spirit. Laughing. Resting. Loving. Living without guilt. Because real happiness is earned in silence. It's protected by boundaries. And it's nourished by staying true to yourself. Be content with what you are, and wish not change. Nor dread your last day, nor long for it. Marcus Aurelius. The man who's truly free. He doesn't chase happiness. He builds a life that produces it, slowly, intentionally, quietly. So when you find that kind of peace, don't ask the world for permission to keep it. Guard it. Honor it. Live it. And if they don't understand it, let them stay confused. While you stay centered. Because the man who is happy within doesn't need a single soul to validate him. You made it to the end of the video. Not everyone does. But you did. Now, you have a choice. A decision to either continue living the way you've always lived, or decide to use the power you found in this journey to change everything. Only you know what matters. Only you understand what silence and focusing on yourself will lead to. Are you ready to step out of the noise and build a life that's more meaningful and powerful than ever before? Share with me in the comments. Which principle from today's video will you apply immediately to change your life? And if you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit like so it can reach other men who need to hear these words. Subscribe to make sure you don't miss future videos about stoicism, discipline, and personal growth. We're not here just to exist, we're here to live with strength and purpose. Remember, you don't need to explain, you don't need permission, and you don't need to prove anything to anyone but yourself. The life you deserve is waiting just beyond silence and focus. Go out and make it happen. Because you deserve it. And the world will soon see that. Create success, live with dignity. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video, where we'll continue the journey to build a stronger, more peaceful life. Listen closely. If you spend the next 90 days focusing solely on yourself, no drama, no social media noise, no endless comparisons, your life will transform in ways you can't yet imagine. You don't need to wait for the perfect moment. You don't need a clean slate or a special sign from the universe. You only need to begin. Start today. Not because it's easy. Not because you're ready. But because each day you delay is one more day you drift from the person you were meant to be. And here's the quiet truth. It all begins with one small, intentional act. Just one. Done today. Repeated tomorrow. Lived for 90 days with steadiness, not perfection. That's how real change happens. Not with noise, but with presence. Not by force, but through quiet, deliberate choices that begin to rebuild your rhythm from the inside out. 1. Start your 90-day journey like your life depends on it. Because it does. Let's be honest. If you're still waiting for the perfect time, you've already lost. No one is coming to save you. No magical right moment is about to appear. No external event will ever feel exactly right for you to finally move forward. And that's the trap most men fall into. They wait. Wait for a sign. Wait for confidence. Wait until they feel ready. Wait until it's easier, or less scary, or more convenient. But here's the truth, raw and unfiltered. The longer you wait, the further you drift away from who you're meant to become. What if you committed, truly committed, to 90 days of raw, unapologetic focus on yourself? Not to please anyone. Not to prove anything. Not for applause. But for you, for the man you know you're capable of being when you silence the noise and go all in. 90 days. That's all. Not forever, just a chapter. But it could be the chapter that rewrites the whole damn book. This is the invitation. Stop explaining your stagnation. Stop defending your excuses. Stop numbing your potential with distractions. You say you're tired of being stuck? Prove it. You say you want more? Act like it. Because here's what no one tells you, the cost of not starting isn't just time wasted. It's the erosion of your own self-trust. Every day you don't follow through on your potential, a small part of you stops believing that you ever will. That stops today. Right now, you start showing up like your life depends on it. Because in many ways, it does. Let's make it real. Start by setting your 90-day timeline. Choose one area of your life that needs to change: health, money, focus, discipline. Write one small action you will take today. And then, you do it again tomorrow. And the next day. And the next. No massive transformations. Just micro wins stacked daily until the man in the mirror becomes undeniable. This isn't motivation. This is war against the version of you that keeps settling. You don't need permission. You need decision. And once you decide, the momentum begins. So here's your challenge. 90 days. Laser focus. Total ownership. No excuses. Start small. Start messy. Start even if you're scared. But for the love of the man you could become, just start. No more maybe later. No more when life calms down. No more self-betrayal disguised as patience. This is your reset. This is your wake-up call. This is your moment to rise. And you'll be shocked how much can change in just 90 days when you finally stop negotiating with yourself and start moving with ruthless consistency. Let the next 90 days be a comeback story. The one that changed everything. Fire comment, I'm in if you're ready to go all in on yourself. No turning back. 2. Audit your life like a man with a mission. So you've accepted the call. You've stopped waiting. You've chosen to move, to rise, to break the cycle of hesitation. Now what? Now, you stop living by default and start living by design. Because raw action without direction is just motion. It's sweat without meaning. Effort without evolution. This next step isn't loud. It's not flashy. It's radical honesty, and most men run from it their entire lives. But not you. Because you're not here to be busy. You're here to be effective. And that begins with this. You must audit your life. Take a hard, unfiltered look at the current landscape of your existence. Not the highlight reel you show online. Not the version you tell your friends. Not even the story you've been telling yourself to sleep better at night. The real version. The raw data. You are the architect. But no architect builds without first surveying the terrain. You can't fix what you refuse to see. Break your life into pillars. Health. Wealth. relationships, mindset, purpose, discipline, time, energy, growth. Then, one by one, ask yourself, where am I lying to myself? Where am I pretending things are okay? Where am I coasting when I should be climbing? Where have I accepted mediocrity as if it's your destiny? And more importantly, what does the ideal version of this area look like? Paint it vividly. Be detailed. Be unreasonable in your clarity. And then, stand in the gap between where you are and where you know you're meant to be. That gap is your battlefield. That gap is the proof that the next 90 days aren't optional, they're necessary. Because if you're not living by clear intention, you're just drifting under the illusion of control. This isn't about guilt. This isn't about regret. It's about responsibility, and that's the ultimate freedom. You will not change what you will not confront. And no one else can audit your life for you. This is the work of a man reclaiming command of his future. So pull out a pen, a whiteboard, a digital dock, whatever you need, and begin. Draw the map. Health, am I proud of how I move, eat, sleep, breathe? Money, do I control it, or does it control me? Time, is it aligned with my values or hijacked by distractions? Purpose, am I living or just surviving? Don't overthink it. Don't delay it. This is your mirror moment. And here's the part most skip. Once you've done the audit, you choose your battleground. Pick the top 2 or 3 areas that hurt the most, the ones that have been quietly bleeding potential out of your life, and you turn them into your 90-day war zones. That's your focus. That's your mission. That's your reason to get up and move like a man possessed. Because clarity kills confusion. Clarity awakens courage. Clarity brings the kind of focus that turns a regular man into a force. And once you lock into that vision, every excuse, every distraction, every fake comfort loses its grip. So here's your next move. Stop pretending you don't know what's wrong. Stop hoping someone else will clean up the mess. Stop settling for average when your soul is screaming for more. Audit your life like a man with a mission. Like a man who finally realizes that his time is not guaranteed. Like a man who refuses to die with his potential still in him. The clock's ticking. Your future's waiting. And this is how you take the wheel. Write it. Face it. Own it. Then step into CTA 3, where your strategy gets built and your real momentum begins. Ready? Let's go. 3. Build your 90-day strategy like it's a blueprint to rebuild a man. You've looked in the mirror. You've stopped lying to yourself. You've mapped the terrain of your life, raw, real, exposed. Now comes the part where most men drift again. They get the clarity, feel the fire for a few days, and then fade. Why? Because they had no plan. No direction. No daily structure. No strategy to transform clarity into execution. You don't need more motivation, you need a framework. A system you can follow even on the days when motivation disappears. Because it will. And that's when strategy becomes your weapon. So here's the shift. You don't just hope this 90-day journey works. You engineer it like a machine. Like a blueprint for rebuilding a man from the ground up. Start with 3 areas you refuse to leave unchanged, not 5, not 10. Just 3. The essential 3. The ones from your audit that felt like a gut punch. These are your non-negotiables. Then break each one down with ruthless precision. What is the ultimate outcome I want in 90 days? What are the weekly checkpoints that prove I'm moving? What are the daily actions that must be repeated, no matter how I feel? Don't chase complexity. Chase clarity. Keep it simple enough to follow, but structured enough to eliminate guesswork. Let's say your focus is fitness. Don't write, I want to get in shape. Write, I walk 10,000 steps every day. I train 4 times a week. I follow a clean, no-nonsense meal plan. I sleep before 11 p.m. I track it daily. Now you're not chasing a goal. You're becoming a man who lives by principle, not impulse. And when emotions rise, as they always will, you don't debate. You don't renegotiate. You execute the plan because the plan is what leads you through the fog. This is Stoicism in action. Discipline over drama. Duty over dopamine. Let me make this clear. You don't rise by chasing results. You rise by becoming the man who does the work regardless of results. That's how change becomes identity. That's how short-term effort turns into long-term power. Now build your personal war map. Write down your 3 pillars. For each one, define your goal, your key actions, and your metrics. Make it visible. Print it. Paste it on your wall. Put it in your phone wallpaper. Because what is visible becomes actionable, and what is vague gets ignored. Do not leave it in your head. If it's only in your head, it's just another daydream. And here's where most men lose steam. They keep adjusting their plan when it gets hard. But you adjust your mindset, not your mission. You anchor into the plan like your life depends on it, because in many ways, it does. This is not about crushing it every day. This is about showing up, even when you don't want to. Because showing up is where momentum begins. And momentum makes the hard days easier, the good days great, and the man unbreakable. You are now building the operating system of your future self. Not based on hype. Not on emotion. But on clarity, structure, and brutal consistency. And if you still hear the voice in your head asking, "What if I fail?" Answer it with this. What if I never even try? What if I keep being the man who always quits on himself? Because failure isn't trying and missing. Failure is knowing you could have become more and choosing not to. So this is your next move. Build the plan. Work the plan. Honor the plan, even when no one's watching. The man you want to become isn't some mythical figure. He's the result of the small, boring, relentless actions you commit to starting now. And when you do this, when your strategy is clear and your actions are aligned, you don't hope for change. You become the change. Now it's time for the next phase, the one most men avoid. Shedding the weight of your past to free up space for who you're about to become. Get ready. 4. Let go of what no longer serves you, or stay chained to who you've always been. You've built the plan. The structure is there. The actions are defined. You now have a path forward that most men never even dare to map out. But there's one thing left, and it's heavy. It's not in the calendar. It's not on the to-do list. It lives inside your chest. It's the weight you carry from your past. And unless you deal with it, unless you face it, name it, and release it, you will spend the next 90 days dragging a version of yourself that doesn't belong anymore. You cannot build a new life with hands full of old pain. You cannot rise if you are still shackled to guilt, regret, shame, resentment. Or worse, the outdated identity that keeps whispering, "This is just who I am. This is how it's always been. I can't really change." That voice isn't truth. It's memory dressed in fear. Now is the time to confront it all. Not to dwell. Not to wallow. But to release, with precision, with purpose, with finality. So ask yourself, right now, what are you still holding on to that is silently sabotaging your rise? What beliefs? What stories? What old roles you played in someone else's script? What pain are you carrying that no longer belongs in your next chapter? It could be a failure you never forgave yourself for. A relationship that left you bitter. A habit you swore you'd break but never did, and now it feels like your shadow. Write it down. Name it. Get specific. Because what you name, you disarm. Let this be your personal ritual of release. You don't need permission to let go. You need courage. And here's the truth, letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means refusing to let the past dictate who you are becoming. It means you are no longer available for stories that keep you small. It means you stop rehearsing pain and start rewriting power. Some things won't fix. Some apologies won't come. Some wounds don't fully close. But they do stop controlling you the moment you decide they no longer define you. And this is that moment. Forgiveness is not weakness. Forgiveness is focus, choosing what deserves your energy and what doesn't. Forgive them. Forgive yourself. Not because they deserve it. Because you do. Because there is a man inside you who is suffocating under the weight of who you used to be. And he is ready and begging for you to finally set him free. So here's your next bold move. Choose one thing, one story, one belief, one memory, and let it go today. Write it. Burn it. Speak it aloud. Scream it into a forest. Pray it out. Whatever it takes, release it from your system. And every day after that, keep asking, what am I carrying that's not mine anymore? What can I lay down so I can pick up what truly matters? Because in this 90-day transformation, what you let go of is just as important as what you build. And here's the paradox. You become stronger by surrendering the things that make you weak. This is the deeper discipline. The one they don't post online. The quiet war. The real growth. You made space now. You've cleared the rubble. The foundation is set. 5. Craft your personal code. Discipline is the design of freedom. Now that you've let go. Now that you've burned the old blueprint and cleared the debris of your past. You're standing in rare territory, a space most men never reach. A space of clarity. A space of intention. A space of raw possibility. But clarity alone is not enough. Because the world is noisy. Because emotions are unreliable. Because even the best men drift without anchors. And that's why you must do this next. Write your personal code. Not a wish list. Not a someday manifesto. Not empty motivation. But a living, breathing set of principles that define how you move, how you decide, how you lead, even on the worst days. Because when pressure hits, you don't rise to your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. And your code is your system. This is how you live like a man who doesn't need motivation. This is how you replace reaction with rhythm. This is how you build a life that doesn't need a reboot every time chaos shows up. So here's how it starts. Choose 5 core principles that matter to you more than comfort. Not what sounds good. Not what others preach. But what you know deep in your chest is the compass you've ignored for too long. It might be, I do not break promises to myself. I speak truth, even when it's inconvenient. I train my body because I respect it, not because I hate it. I guard my time like my future depends on it, because it does. I choose discomfort over regret. Write them. Etch them. Memorize them. Then, commit to living by them daily, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's not. Because that's where most men fold. They live by principles only when those principles are convenient. You are not here for convenience. You are here for command. Of your habits. Your schedule. Your presence. Your direction. So make these 5 rules appointments with your future self. Block time each day for them. Treat them like non-negotiables. Not if I have time, but this defines who I am. And when you fail, because yes, you will miss sometimes, you don't spiral. You don't shame. You return to the code. Because the code is not about perfection. It's about alignment. It's about waking up each day not wondering, what should I do? But knowing, this is what a man like me does. And when life feels loud, when anxiety, distraction, temptation, chaos show up, you don't need to figure it all out. You simply return to the code. It becomes your reset button, your spine, your rhythm, your armor. And slowly, day by day, you become someone dangerous to anything that tries to knock you off course. Because a man with a code is a man who cannot be manipulated by emotion, opinion, or noise. This is not about control. It's about freedom through structure. The kind of freedom most people will never understand because they've never had the courage to create it. But you're not most people. You're building a life so solid, so self-owned, that others feel it before you even speak. And here's the deeper truth. When you live by your code long enough, you no longer chase confidence. You embody it. Because confidence doesn't come from what you say. It comes from knowing you'll show up when it counts, and especially when no one's watching. So today, carve your 5. Print them. Read them. Live them. Because they are not just guidelines. They are the rules of your rise. And once you have this internal compass, this code no one can take from you, you are ready to go one level deeper. 6. Declare your mission. Speak the words that will lead you home. You've written your code. You've defined how you move, how you respond, how you lead yourself. But there's still one piece missing. The one piece that ties all of this together. Because even with systems in place, even with structure and strategy, there will be moments when you wake up and forget why it all matters. There will be days when discipline feels dull, when effort feels empty, when the old version of you starts calling for one more round. And it's in those moments, in the quiet between breakdown and breakthrough, that you need something unshakable to return to. That's where your personal mission statement becomes your most powerful tool. Not for the world. Not for Instagram. Not to impress anyone. But for you. For the man in the mirror. For the version of you that remembers what this fight is for. Because you can have discipline. You can have vision. But without a reason, it's only a matter of time before the weight feels heavier than the reward. This isn't about hype. This is about meaning. So here's what you do. Write a statement that captures the essence of who you are committed to becoming. And why. A single sentence, no fluff. Clear. Clean. Potent. It might sound like this. I live each day with courage, clarity, and conviction to become a man my future children will be proud of, even if they never see the battle it took to build him. Or, my mission is to move with discipline and dignity, to outgrow the past, to outwork my weakness, and to outlast every excuse I've ever told myself. Or, I am the man who chooses hard things now so I never have to live with soft regret later. This is not about sounding poetic. It's about speaking something so real it cuts through the noise. Write it. Refine it. Let it evolve. But once it's real, speak it out loud every morning. Before the world pulls at you. Before your to-do list hijacks your attention. Before doubt gets a word in. Say it until it feels like armor. Say it until you can't forget it, even if you tried. Because a man who wakes up with a clear mission is not easily broken. He doesn't waste time. He doesn't chase applause. He moves with direction. He suffers with meaning. He grows with resolve. And that energy? That certainty? People feel it before you speak. Because men with purpose walk different. They breathe different. They fight different. This mission statement becomes your compass. When you're lost, it brings you back. When you're tired, it gives you reason. When you're tempted to quit, it reminds you of the fire you chose to build instead of waiting to feel. It's not just words. It's a commitment. To yourself. To your future. To the men around you who might never say it, but need to see what it looks like when someone finally rises. So craft the statement. Let it be brutal in its honesty and unshakable in its clarity. Then read it, speak it, live it, until your entire life aligns with it. And when it does, you'll realize you no longer need to find your way. You've become the man who knows exactly where he's going. Now that your why is written in stone, it's time to visualize it like never before. 7. Turn vision into visibility. Build the action board that keeps you hungry. You've declared your mission. You've spoken the words that anchor you. You've built a code, defined your principles, and made your values real. But now comes the part that will keep it all alive when the days feel foggy and the grind begins to blur your vision. Because even the strongest men forget. Even the most disciplined can drift, not from weakness, but from the sheer weight of everything they're carrying. And that's why you need a system not just for discipline, but for reminding your brain and body every day what you're fighting for. It's time to build your action board. Not a vision board. Not a collage of fantasies and vague dreams. But a tactical, visible, in-your-face map of what matters most, what you're building, and exactly how you're doing it. This is where you make your goals undeniable. No more wishing. No more hiding them in a notebook you never open. No more letting your mission get buried beneath the noise of daily demands. You're going to take everything you've written, your goals, your code, your mission, and turn it into a living map of daily action and long-term clarity. Here's how. Start with your 3 main targets for the 90-day mission. Not the result, but the daily actions and weekly checkpoints that move the needle. Then layer on visual cues. Charts. Progress bars. Calendars. Weekly reviews. Images that speak to the future you're building, not just for aesthetics, but as triggers. Because when the brain sees something repeatedly, it begins to believe. And when it believes, it begins to move in alignment, not by force, but by familiarity. You are rewiring your identity. Not by chance, but by design. Place this board where you see it daily. Your office. Your phone wallpaper. Your bathroom mirror. It becomes your morning reminder, your midday reset, your evening scoreboard. It tells you, this is what I said I would do. This is how far I've come. This is what's next. It removes doubt. It removes overwhelm. It replaces chaos with rhythm. And most importantly, it keeps the fire visible. Because when the work feels hard, when the emotions waver, when the world screams for your attention, you don't respond with motivation. You respond with clarity. A clear man is a dangerous man. A man who knows where he's going doesn't get distracted by shortcuts, applause, or other people's timelines. This action board isn't decoration. It's your daily dose of direction. It's the visual battlefield of your evolution. And here's the real magic. When you track progress visually, when you physically see actions stack and targets close in, you begin to experience real momentum. You stop asking, is this working? You start feeling it, living it, breathing it. Momentum is not luck. It's not motivation. It's measured movement. So start building it. Lay it out. Make it personal. Make it uncomfortable. Make it undeniably yours. Because in the quiet moments of doubt, it's not the hype that saves you. It's the systems you've made visible. This board isn't just a plan. It's proof that the man you're becoming is not a fantasy. He's in motion. He's being built brick by brick. And you are the one building him. Now that the road ahead is visible and tactical. In CTA 8, we set up the final gear most men ignore, the system of feedback and realignment, so you never drift silently again. Let's make sure your actions are not only consistent, but calibrated, refined, and always pointed true north. Let's keep building. 8. Build your feedback system, because real growth needs brutal mirrors, not just good intentions. Your action board is up. Your strategy is alive. Your vision is visible. You've declared where you're going, and you've made your map real. But here's the inconvenient truth most men avoid. You can't optimize what you don't measure. And more dangerously, you can't correct what you refuse to confront. This is where the good gets separated from the great. Because great men don't just act, they assess. They track. They review. They calibrate. They look themselves in the eye every 7 days and ask the hardest question of all. Am I truly moving forward or just staying busy? You need more than a plan. You need a mirror that doesn't flinch. That's what your feedback system becomes. It's not about judgment. It's not about shame. It's about building a rhythm of realignment. So you don't drift 6 months down the wrong path just because you refuse to check the compass. So here's how you build it. First, schedule a weekly review, no exceptions. Every 7 days, you sit down, just you and your mission, and you ask, where did I show up like the man I said I'd be? Where did I slip, stall, or sabotage? What did I learn about myself, my system, my strategy? What one action this week moved me forward the most, and what one held me back? No fluff. No filler. No pretending. If you're brave enough to be honest, this process will change your trajectory faster than any motivational video ever could. Because awareness is the first step to transformation, and weekly feedback sharpens that awareness like a blade. Second, implement an external feedback loop. This can be a mentor, a friend, a coach, or even a small group of men on the same path. Not to validate you. Not to cheerlead. But to challenge your blind spots, ask better questions, and call you out before your habits call you down. And if no one is available right now, then your journal becomes your accountability partner. Write it all down. What worked? What didn't? Why? What needs to shift? Because memory is soft. Emotion is deceptive. But paper tells the truth. This is how you stop being reactive and start becoming precise. This is how you evolve, not just with speed, but with accuracy. It's not about never failing. It's about failing forward, with data, with awareness, with adjustments. And here's what you'll find. Once you build this system, the shame of messing up starts to disappear. Because every misstep becomes information. Every stumble becomes strategy. You begin to understand yourself at a level most men never reach, not because you're perfect, but because you're paying attention. You are not here to blindly repeat actions. You are here to refine your edge. And the edge gets sharper every time you slow down long enough to ask, is this still working, or do I need to evolve? That question, asked consistently, is how a man becomes elite. So today, install the system. Pick your weekly review day and time. Choose your feedback method, journal, mirror, mentor. Set the questions. Lock the rhythm. Honor the ritual. Because a man with feedback becomes a man with foresight. And foresight is the beginning of real power. Now that your strategy is not only executed but evaluated, you're ready to face something few dare to touch. The noise that dilutes your progress, the information overload, the distraction culture, the addiction to digital escape. 9. Disconnect to reclaim focus. Cut the noise before it cuts your clarity. You've been moving. You've been building. You've been calibrating. But let me ask you something most men never slow down enough to answer honestly. When was the last time you were truly alone with your own thoughts, uninterrupted, undistracted, undiluted? Not just physically alone, but mentally present, emotionally available, spiritually anchored. Because no matter how powerful your mission is, no matter how precise your plan, no matter how solid your system, if your mind is scattered, your life will be too. And we're living in a world that profits off of keeping you distracted. Scroll after scroll. Click after click. Noise disguised as information. Stimulation disguised as progress. You can have vision, discipline, and direction. But if your attention is fractured, none of it will hold. This is where most men get stuck without even realizing it. They're not lazy. They're not weak. They're just mentally fragmented because they've never learned the discipline of silence. That's why this next step isn't optional. It's essential. It's time for digital disconnection, not as an escape, but as a strategy. You need to reclaim your cognitive space. You need to detox the noise. You need to give your nervous system a fighting chance to hear something deeper than dopamine. Here's how it works. Start simple. Commit to 1 hour a day, or 1 full day a week, of deliberate digital silence. No phone. No notifications. No news feeds. No noise. Use that time not to numb out, but to go inward. Read. Journal. Walk. Think. Pray. Meditate. Create. Reflect. Do the things that sharpen your edge instead of softening your attention span. Because in those quiet spaces, something remarkable happens. You start hearing yourself again. Your thoughts slow down enough to become useful. Your priorities come back into focus. Your body resets. Your nervous system thanks you. And slowly, your inner clarity becomes louder than the outer chaos. Most men are addicted to distraction because they're afraid of what they might hear in the silence. You won't be one of them. You're not here to drown your potential in pixels. You're here to reclaim your mind as sacred territory. Because when your attention belongs to you again, so does your power. This isn't about becoming a monk. It's about becoming a man who isn't ruled by impulse. A man who can sit in stillness and hear his own convictions. A man who doesn't reach for his phone every time discomfort creeps in. That's real strength. That's real edge. So set the rule today. Pick your sacred hour. Or your sacred day. Name it. Schedule it. Defend it. Let it be non-negotiable. Let it be a sanctuary in your week. Let it become the place where you recalibrate, not just your actions, but your identity. Because clarity is not found in more content. It's revealed in less noise. And once you begin to taste the clarity that silence gives you, you'll wonder how you ever functioned without it. You'll realize that your creativity, your decisions, your energy, they've been there all along, buried under a feed you didn't need. This is where you begin to lead your mind instead of follow it. Now that your inner world is no longer hijacked by chaos, you're ready to take back something even more powerful. Your time, your energy, and your standards, by learning to say no without guilt and cutting what doesn't align without apology. 10. Say no with precision, cut what doesn't align, and make space for what truly matters. You've created space in your mind. You've unplugged from the chaos. You've reconnected with what's real, what's true, and what's yours. But now you face something far more subtle. Something that still steals your time, bleeds your energy, and weakens your edge. It's not social media. It's not the news. It's not even technology. It's overcommitment. It's the chronic addiction to saying yes to things that don't serve you, don't grow you, and don't belong in the life you're building. And let's be honest. Most men don't burn out from doing too much hard work. They burn out from doing too many irrelevant things. Things they agreed to out of guilt, out of fear, out of habit, out of a need to be liked, needed, or busy. But busyness is not progress. Obligation is not alignment. You can have the perfect strategy, the clearest vision, the strongest mission. But if your calendar is full of commitments that pull you away from your core priorities, you will not win. Because clarity requires space. And space requires elimination. This is the art of the not-to-do list. It's the spiritual discipline of subtraction, cutting out what doesn't move you forward. So you can finally protect the few things that truly do. So here's your move. Write down every single recurring commitment in your week. Every meeting. Every social hangout. Every task you said yes to. Then ask, one by one, does this align with my 90-day mission? Does this protect my energy or drain it? Would the man I'm becoming say yes to this? If not, it goes. No debate. No explanation. No guilt. This isn't about being rude. It's about being ruthless with what matters. Because the man you're building isn't available for half-hearted obligations. He's not here to carry dead weight out of politeness. He's not available for people-pleasing disguised as loyalty. Your freedom will be defined by what you're willing to walk away from. So say it out loud. I do not owe anyone my energy simply because they asked for it. I do not apologize for protecting what matters. I say no to anything that pulls me away from the man I've committed to becoming. Let this become a filter, not just for your schedule, but for your life. Not every invitation needs a response. Not every opportunity is aligned. Not every relationship deserves proximity. And when you learn to say no with clarity, not bitterness, you regain the most precious resource you have. Attention with purpose. That's how you move from scattered to surgical. From diluted to dialed in. Because the world is full of loud distractions and shiny requests. But your mission doesn't care about noise, it only responds to focus. So make the not-to-do list today. List what you will no longer tolerate. No more late-night scrolling. No more pointless meetings. No more emotional labor in toxic relationships. No more reactive decision-making. Draw the line. Own the space. Honor the mission. And watch how your energy, your mood, your results all elevate. Because clarity is not just what you pursue. It's what you are willing to eliminate. And now that you've mastered subtraction, you're ready for the highest level of internal evolution. Radical ownership. In CTA 11, we step into the mindset that refuses to blame, refuses to wait, and refuses to give power to anything outside of your own response. This is where emotional maturity meets masculine power. Let's go there. 11. Extreme ownership. Stop explaining. Start owning. Shift everything. Now that you've cut the clutter. Now that your time belongs to you again. You're standing in front of a mirror that no longer blinks, no longer flinches. And it's asking a question that will define the man you become next. Are you ready to own everything? Because here's the truth. You will never rise above the level of responsibility you are willing to take. Not just for your wins, but for your weaknesses. Not just for your plans, but for your reactions. Not just for your life, but for your mindset. This is the arena of extreme ownership. And most men will never enter it. Why? Because it leaves them nowhere to hide. There's no one to blame here. Not your past. Not your boss. Not your parents. Not your partner. Not the economy. Not your genes. In this space, everything is yours, your actions, your outcomes, your energy, your reactions, your beliefs. And that's what makes it terrifying and liberating. Because once you stop outsourcing responsibility, you stop outsourcing power. This is the ultimate shift. From victim to creator. From reactor to driver. From why is this happening to me? To what am I going to do about it? Let this sink in. You cannot control every event in life. But you can always control your interpretation, your response, and your next move. And that's where your real power begins. So the question is no longer, what did they do to me? The question is, what do I choose to do now? You begin taking ownership in every area of your life. Your health? Yours. Your discipline? Yours. Your emotions? Yours. Your goals? Yours. Your distractions? Still yours. Even your pain? Still yours to process, learn from, and grow beyond. You stop saying, I had no choice. And you start saying, I made a decision, and now I'm making a better one. You stop asking for motivation. You build a life that doesn't need it. You stop hoping someone else will show up to lead you. You become your own leader. This is not about self-blame. This is not about being perfect. It's about taking the one position in life that cannot be stolen from you. Total, unshakable, relentless ownership of who you are and who you're becoming. It means that even when life hits hard, you respond instead of react. You adapt instead of collapse. You extract lessons instead of stacking excuses. Every situation becomes data. Every obstacle becomes training. Every failure becomes refinement. And now, instead of asking for easier roads, you become the man who builds stronger legs. So here's what you do today. Start by identifying one area of your life where you've been playing small, making excuses, or waiting for something outside of you to change. Then ask the only question that matters. What part of this is my responsibility, and what action can I take right now? Write it. Own it. Act on it. Even if it's uncomfortable. Especially if it is. Because when you get in the habit of owning everything, something extraordinary happens. You become unshakable. Not because nothing touches you, but because nothing controls you. This is the posture of a man who doesn't need external permission to lead, build, or evolve. This is the mindset that separates force from noise. This is how you move from potential to power. And now that you've taken full ownership of your choices and outcomes, you're ready to change not just what you do, but who you believe you are. 12. Redesign your identity. Become the man who no longer needs to try to change, because he is the change. You've taken ownership. You've dropped the excuses. You've stopped explaining and started executing. But even the most powerful plan, even the sharpest strategy, even the most disciplined rhythm, will eventually crash into the one wall few men ever dare to question. The outdated identity they're still living from. Because here's the truth no one tells you. You will always act in alignment with the kind of man you believe you are, not the one you're trying to become. If deep down, you still see yourself as inconsistent, you'll sabotage consistency. If deep down, you still think you're not that guy, you'll hesitate in moments that require boldness. If deep down, you believe discipline is unnatural for you, you'll always need motivation to force yourself to act. This is not a willpower problem. This is not a strategy problem. This is an identity problem. So what do we do now? We stop trying to force change, and we begin to embody it from the inside out. This is where you write a new story. Not a fantasy. Not a slogan. A clear, visceral definition of the man you are choosing to be, starting now. Here's your task. Write a detailed description of the man you will be 90 days from today. Not in goals, not in tasks, but in being. How he thinks. How he speaks. How he trains. How he leads. How he walks into rooms. What he tolerates. What he absolutely refuses. Don't write about what he wants. Write about who he already is. Let this become your daily declaration, a sacred description of your next level self. Then speak it out loud. Every single morning. Not as an affirmation, as an instruction manual for how you're going to live. And slowly, as you take action aligned with this identity, you stop needing to try to change. You start living as the man who has already changed. This is not fake it till you make it. This is act it until it's true. Because every consistent action reinforces your new identity like bricks in a fortress. And when setbacks happen, because they will, you no longer say, I failed. You say, that's not who I am anymore. You course correct faster. You recover with integrity. You return to your standard without shame. This is how real transformation happens. Not by chasing new habits, but by upgrading the self-image from which those habits emerge. This is the final shift. From acting like the man you want to be, to becoming the man you already are. Not someday. Not later. Now. So ask yourself one last time. Who am I when no one's watching? What story am I repeating, and what story am I rewriting? Who do I refuse to be from this day forward? And who am I now choosing to become, on purpose, with precision, and without apology? Because once you answer that, truthfully, fully, and fearlessly, everything else becomes execution. This is not the end of a 90-day challenge. This is the beginning of a new man. A man built by clarity, forged through discipline, refined by action, anchored in purpose, and elevated through identity. You no longer need permission to rise. You are the proof that change is real, and it starts from within. Welcome to day 1 of the rest of your life. Final conclusion: discipline is the quiet, ruthless commitment to who you said you'd become. It's not the good days that define your path. It's the hard ones. The days when you're tired. The days when motivation is gone. The days when every part of you wants to pause, slow down, or quit. But you don't. You show up anyway. You execute anyway. You honor your code anyway. And that is the moment everything changes. Not because it feels good, but because you've decided that your actions are no longer dictated by feelings. Discipline is not loud. It doesn't beg for applause. It doesn't need a crowd. It's the quiet, steady vow you make to yourself. To not break your word, even when no one's watching. You don't need perfection. You need consistency. You need commitment. You need to stop negotiating with weakness and start honoring your mission with every small, deliberate move. Because change is not an event. It's a daily choice. It's not something you hope for. It's something you become. Starting now. Call to action: it's time to review, refine, and rise. Do not just finish this journey. Integrate it. Let it shape how you think, how you move, how you lead. You have the tools. You have the map. You have the system. Now is the time to refine your stoic operating system and commit to the next level with precision. Search your routines. Audit your decisions. Strengthen your weak spots. Double down on your anchors. This is not the end. This is the upward spiral, where every cycle builds a stronger version of the man you're becoming. Write this moment in your mind as the line you never cross backwards. Today, you stop trying to change. Today, you own the transformation. Type the word START to receive the complete, structured, battle-tested 90-day Stoic System PDF. 1 page. 1 mission. 1 man. This is where it begins, for real. You can't control other people, but you can control yourself. That's the quiet, enduring wisdom at the heart of Stoic philosophy. A compass pointing toward something we've forgotten in the noise of modern life. Inner freedom. It begins the moment you stop trying to win approval and start learning how to truly care for yourself, without apology, without permission. Because when your focus turns inward, when your energy is no longer scattered chasing validation, you don't just find peace. You rise. Not by doing more, but by becoming whole again. 1. Let go to level up, the inner power of release. There comes a moment in every man's life when he has to face a brutally honest question. What am I still carrying that no longer serves me? We are raised in a world that tells us more is better, more success, more stuff, more validation, more approval, more control. But here's the catch no one warned us about. Happiness doesn't come from adding more. It comes from letting go. Seneca. The truth is, the most powerful version of yourself is buried underneath everything you've been conditioned to hold onto. Expectations from others. Comparisons that cripple your self-worth. A fear of failure dressed up as ambition. The constant need to prove something to people who probably aren't even watching. It's time to cut the weight. Because what you don't release, you carry. And what you carry owns you. Let go of the pressure to meet everyone's standards. You were never supposed to fit into a box they built for someone else. Let go of the toxic competition that tells you another man's win is your loss. You're not here to run his race. You've got your own lane, and it was built for one. Let go of the shame you've internalized, the one that whispers you're not enough unless you're perfect. That voice? It's not yours. It's borrowed. Return it. Let go of the fear of silence. Many men distract themselves to avoid the noise in their heads. But what if, just what if, silence is where your strength lives? Not in more hustle. Not in more noise. But in stillness. In clarity. In ownership. When you learn to release what no longer belongs, you make space for what truly matters. Peace over pressure. Purpose over perfection. Progress over performance. You don't rise by adding. You rise by subtracting. By shedding every unnecessary layer until what remains is undeniably you. And make no mistake, letting go is not weakness. It's the ultimate flex. It's a declaration that you are no longer defined by what others think, by what went wrong, or by what never happened. You are not your past. You are not their opinions. You are not the version of yourself that needed approval to feel worthy. You are free the moment you decide to be. Reflect now. Pause. Take a breath. Ask yourself with unfiltered honesty. What have I been gripping so tightly that it's actually holding me back? Is it a grudge? A failed relationship? A version of yourself you no longer resonate with? An outdated story you've been telling yourself? Whatever it is, let it go. Not because it doesn't matter, but because you matter more. And here's the reward. When you stop chasing external control, you start cultivating internal command. That's how you rise. 2. Stop seeking approval, own your enoughness. And once you begin to let go, really let go, of what no longer serves you, a deeper realization begins to surface. You've spent too long outsourcing your worth. You changed your tone to be more liked. You made yourself smaller in rooms where you should have stood tall. You silenced your truth just to avoid friction. You played the game. You learned to perform. And worst of all, you started believing the applause meant progress. But what if validation isn't proof of value, just proof that you've conformed? One of the hardest pills for a man to swallow is this. You don't need to be liked to live a life of value. In fact, the moment you stop chasing acceptance, you start stepping into authenticity. You weren't born to be everyone's favorite. You were born to be real. To be grounded. To be whole. To be the kind of man who walks into a room and doesn't need to impress it, because his presence speaks louder than performance ever could. Here's the harsh reality. If your self-worth is built on being liked, then your power belongs to whoever's watching. That's not power. That's slavery, with a smile. The Stoics knew this long before it became a trendy quote. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "No one can hurt you unless you allow it. And no one can control you unless you gave them the keys. So take them back. Take back your time. Your voice. Your boundaries. Your values. Take back the permission you've been subconsciously begging for to be your full, unfiltered self. The man who needs no permission is the man who cannot be shaken. Because here's what they don't tell you. When you stop needing to be admired, you finally start being respected. When you stop filtering who you are, you attract people who value the real you, not the costume. When you stop living for likes, you start living on purpose. This shift is not about becoming indifferent. It's about becoming independent. Independent of public opinion. Independent of performance-based self-esteem. Independent of the fragile need to constantly be seen. The world will try to convince you that your value lies in visibility. But your true power? It's in sovereignty. To live with self-respect that is untouchable. To say no and mean it. To walk away when your peace is on the line. To speak your truth, even if your voice shakes. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be whole. Reflect now. Ask yourself, without filter, without defense. Where in my life have I been asking for permission to be myself? Is it in your job? Is it in your relationships? Is it in the way you dress, speak, walk, or love? It's time to stop waiting for approval that should have never been necessary. And instead, start giving yourself the permission to be the man you were always meant to be. Because being liked is temporary. But being real? That's legacy. 3. The wake-up call within when success isn't enough. Now that you've stopped seeking permission to be yourself, a new question begins to echo in the silence. What if everything I was chasing wasn't what I needed? Meet James. On paper, he had it all. A title that turned heads. A salary that silenced doubts. A lifestyle that looked curated for admiration. He played the game of success by every rule society laid out. And he won. But here's what the world never saw. At night, James couldn't sleep. Not because of stress, but because of silence. The kind of silence that reveals the truth you buried under noise. He had climbed the ladder, only to realize it was leaning against the wrong wall. And the higher he got, the farther he drifted from himself. James didn't need another promotion. He needed permission from himself to come home to who he really was. Because success without soul alignment is just a shinier version of emptiness. And this isn't just James' story. It's the story of millions of men walking through life on autopilot. Crushing goals. Closing deals. Looking the part. But disconnected. From purpose. From presence. From peace. Here's the line many were sold. If you went out there, you'll feel whole in here. But wholeness isn't external. It's an inside job. James' turning point wasn't dramatic. It wasn't public. It didn't go viral. It was quiet. Private. Personal. One morning, he looked at himself in the mirror and finally asked, what if the version of success I'm living is actually a distraction from who I'm meant to become? That question changed everything. Not because the answer came immediately, but because he finally stopped lying to himself. He started small. Woke up earlier. Sat in silence. Turned inward instead of outward. He traded likes for journaling. Traded hustle for alignment. He began showing up for his own damn life, not the one curated for social approval. And over time, James realized, you don't have to burn your world down to begin again. You just have to stop building a life that's not yours. The truth is, men aren't falling apart from lack of ambition. They're falling apart from spiritual neglect. No achievement, no title, no applause will ever substitute for the sense of self that comes from true inner connection. So if you feel something inside you whispering, this isn't it, don't ignore it. That whisper is your compass. It's your truth gently shaking you awake. Reflect now. Ask yourself honestly, is the life I'm building making me feel more alive or just more exhausted? Are you succeeding publicly but suffering privately? If so, you're not broken. You're just disconnected. And the remedy is not more success. It's more self. Turn inward. Not to escape, but to reconnect. Because the greatest milestone you'll ever reach is the moment you realize you don't need to become more. You just need to return to who you really are. 4. Your mind is a garden. What you plant, you become. Once you begin questioning the version of success you were handed and begin rediscovering your real self beneath the noise, a new awareness starts to take root. You realize something powerful. The external world is simply a mirror of your internal landscape. Your mind is not just a processor of reality. It's a creator of it. Every thought you nurture becomes the blueprint for your actions. And every belief you repeat becomes the walls of your mental prison or the wings of your freedom. The Stoics spoke of this with unwavering clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "A man's life is what his thoughts make of it." Your thoughts are not neutral. They are seeds. And every single day, you are planting, whether consciously or not. The question is, are you planting weeds or wisdom? Are you feeding thoughts of inadequacy, fear, comparison, self-doubt, thoughts that drain, distract, and diminish you? Or are you cultivating thoughts that are disciplined, grounded, focused, thoughts that fuel clarity, courage, and conviction? Too many men spend hours in the gym, sculpting their body, but leave their minds overgrown with weeds. They obsess over diet macros, hustle stats, and bank balances, but neglect the only terrain that truly determines the quality of their life, the terrain of thought. Here's the truth no one taught you in school. You become what you allow yourself to think repeatedly. If you consume outrage, you become reactive. If you consume fear, you become hesitant. If you consume comparison, you become insecure. But if you start choosing peace, silence, and sovereignty, you begin to rise from within. This is not about delusional positivity. It's about disciplined mental curation. You don't ignore the world, you train your mind to master it. Imagine your mind as a private garden. Would you let strangers dump garbage into it? Would you leave the gate wide open for every critic, every comment, every headline? That's exactly what we do when we scroll mindlessly. When we compare constantly. When we believe every thought that arises, without question. You are the gardener. You are the gatekeeper. You are the landscaper of your inner world. And when you own that role, truly own it, you stop blaming the weather for the state of your garden. Reflect now. Ask yourself with radical honesty. What kind of thoughts am I watering every day? Are they building the man I want to become, or keeping me stuck in the one I've outgrown? If you want peace, plant peace. If you want power, plant purpose. If you want presence, weed out distraction. It starts by turning down the noise. Unfollow accounts that don't serve your mind. Limit conversations that drain your spirit. Create space to think without input. Without interruption. Because clarity is not something you find in chaos. It's something you create in cultivated stillness. Train your mind like you train your body. Be ruthless with the thoughts you allow in. Because the most powerful man in the room is not the loudest, but the one whose mind is unshakably his own. 5. Emotional freedom. You are the gatekeeper of your peace. Once you begin to tend to your inner garden, to protect it, prune it, and plant with intention, an undeniable truth begins to emerge. Most of the pain you carry didn't come from what others did to you. It came from what you let take root. Words, criticisms, rejections, disappointments, they enter your world only through one access point, your permission. And once you realize that no one can hurt you without your consent, you begin to experience a level of emotional freedom that is rarely spoken of, but deeply powerful. We live in a culture that teaches men to defend their ego, but rarely teaches them how to protect their peace. We're conditioned to react, to retaliate, to prove something. But what if the strongest move is not reaction, but detachment? The Stoics knew this intimately. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't be. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." This isn't about denial. It's about discipline. It's about choosing what enters your emotional world and what doesn't. You are not a sponge. You are not obligated to absorb every comment, every glance, every dismissal. You are the gatekeeper of your inner temple. And not everything deserves entry. Here's the truth. Someone can insult you. They can misjudge you. They can reject you. But their action is meaningless until you decide how to interpret it. That's where your true power lives, in the pause between stimulus and response. In that pause, you reclaim your freedom. You say to yourself, I see what's happening, but I choose not to carry it. This kind of sovereignty doesn't come from isolation. It comes from integration, knowing who you are so deeply, so unshakably, that nothing external can dismantle your internal stability. You don't need everyone to agree with you. You don't need closure from every argument. You don't even need to respond to every provocation. Because you've chosen to operate at a different level, one where your peace is more valuable than your pride. Emotional mastery doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you don't get hijacked by what you feel. You don't let temporary emotions sabotage permanent values. So next time someone tests you, offends you, or tries to pull you into chaos, don't ask, how do I win this? Ask instead, is this worth opening the gate? Reflect now. Look back at the last time you felt triggered, defensive, emotionally rattled. Ask yourself with honesty, did I respond from power or from pain? And then go deeper. What am I still giving energy to that doesn't deserve access to my mind, my heart, or my identity? Choose your battles wisely. But more than that, choose your boundaries with intention. Because once you realize that you are the one who allows or denies entry, you stop blaming the world for your emotional state. You stop fighting every fire. And start building a home inside yourself where no fire can touch. That is not avoidance. That is emotional sovereignty. 6. Inner transformation, the only path to real freedom. After mastering the art of emotional sovereignty, of choosing what gets to live in your inner world, a deeper challenge begins to unfold. Now you must stop managing the chaos and start changing the system. You've seen the effects of letting go. You've tasted the power of protecting your peace. But here's the next truth. You will never experience lasting freedom until you transform the source of your reactions, your inner operating system. It's easy to blame the world, the economy, the government, the relationship, the job, the algorithm. But until you realize that your real opponent is your untrained mind, you'll keep fighting battles that only exist on the surface. As the Stoics remind us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This isn't a motivational quote. It's a blueprint for liberation. It means that your mind is your master until you become its trainer. Because the truth is, most men don't live consciously. They live in reaction loops. Triggered by traffic. Swayed by opinions. Addicted to outcomes. Tossed around by every high and low, like leaves in a storm, mistaking motion for direction. But the man who is free, he's not detached from the world. He's deeply rooted within himself. He doesn't need guarantees. He doesn't demand outcomes. Because his peace is not conditional. It's cultivated. To be clear, this isn't passive acceptance. This is active inner leadership. It's waking up and choosing to respond from clarity, not compulsion. It's letting go of the illusion that you can control results and learning to master your process. Because once you stop needing the world to behave a certain way, you become truly unstoppable. You no longer fight for control. You embody command of yourself. You act from values, not validation. From conviction, not confusion. From rhythm, not reaction. Inner change is not something you achieve. It's a lifelong practice, a daily devotion to becoming the kind of man your future self would thank you for. And here's the paradox. The moment you stop trying to control everything outside is the moment you finally take full control of your life. Reflect now. Ask yourself this right now. Am I trying to change the world to feel better, or am I changing myself to move through the world better? Where have you been externalizing your power? Have you been measuring progress by likes, outcomes, or other people's reactions? If so, it's time to shift the metric. From what you get, to how you show up. From what changes around you to what transforms within you. Because freedom is not found in perfection. It's found in presence. In the daily decision to own your mindset, your energy, and your choices, regardless of what life throws your way. Discipline your inner world, and no outer storm will ever sink your ship. 7. Emotional freedom begins where emotional baggage ends. As you continue the journey inward, learning to train your mind to respond instead of react, to act from presence rather than panic, you will inevitably encounter the final, heavy layers. The emotions you've buried, carried, and sometimes worn like armor. Oftentimes, without realizing it, you've made a home for them inside you. Anger, resentment, jealousy, shame, bitterness, guilt. They sit in silence, shaping your thoughts, guiding your decisions, weighing down your breath. And yet, they don't scream. They simmer. Quietly. Constantly. Until you believe that the heaviness is just who you are now. But here's the truth most men never hear. You are not your emotions. You are the one experiencing them. And you have the right, and the power, to release what no longer deserves to live inside you. Let's be honest. You weren't taught how to process pain. You were taught to mask it. To power through. To push it down and man up. But emotions don't disappear. What you suppress, you store. And every unprocessed emotion becomes a weight you carry into every relationship, every decision, every moment. The Stoics weren't emotionless. They were emotionally disciplined. They understood that the path to true power was not the absence of feeling, but the mastery of it. Imagine this, you're walking through life with a backpack you've never opened. Inside it, the arguments you never settled. The father's approval you never got. The breakup you never healed from. The mistakes you never forgave yourself for. You've been carrying it so long, you no longer notice the strain. But it's there. It affects your posture, your energy, your presence. And most importantly, it prevents you from living light. So how do you begin to let go? Not by forcing it. Not by pretending you're over it. But by bringing it into the light, one emotion at a time. You sit with the anger. You look at the jealousy. You listen to the shame. And instead of resisting it, you ask, what is this feeling trying to teach me? And am I ready to stop carrying it? You don't heal through suppression. You heal through integration, by understanding that your emotions are messengers, not enemies. They're signals, not identities. And when you face them with clarity and compassion, you free yourself. Not from feeling, but from being enslaved by what you refuse to feel. Reflect now. Ask yourself with full honesty. What am I still holding on to that is weighing down my soul? What resentment is still echoing in the background of your life? What shame are you still punishing yourself for? What anger are you still carrying that someone else put there? It's time to set it down. Not for them. For you. Because emotional freedom isn't found in becoming untouchable, it's found in becoming unburdened. You weren't born to carry every wound. You were born to learn, release, and rise. When you finally let go of the emotional weight that's not yours to hold, you don't just feel lighter. You become unshakable. 8. Radical responsibility, no more excuses. This is your life. Once you've let go of the emotional weight, once you've dropped the anger, the resentment, the guilt that no longer serves you, you'll find yourself standing in front of a clear mirror. And in that mirror, there's no one else left to point at. No one else left to blame. No past. No parent. No boss. No partner. Just you, and the life you've either inherited or allowed. This is where the shift happens. This is where men rise or retreat. Because here comes the most powerful and sobering realization of all. No one is coming to save you. And that's exactly why you're free. The Stoics taught that freedom begins where blame ends. When you stop outsourcing your pain, your problems, and your potential, you reclaim your power. Blame is easy. It's comfortable. It gives us a temporary escape from the discomfort of accountability. But it comes at a steep cost, your agency. You can't build a powerful life on a foundation of finger-pointing. Because the truth is, the minute you say, I am not responsible for this, you also say, I am not in control of changing it. And that is a prison disguised as comfort. Responsibility doesn't mean guilt. It doesn't mean you caused every wound. But it does mean that you're the one who must choose what to do with them now. Will you carry the past like a badge? Or will you use it as raw material to forge something stronger? Will you wait for closure? Or will you become your own source of completion? Will you keep waiting for the perfect time, the perfect partner, the perfect circumstances? Or will you finally realize that the only thing missing from your life is your full presence in it? You've been handed a pen. It's in your pocket right now. You can use it to underline the same tired stories. Or you can use it to rewrite the next chapter with clarity, courage, and conviction. And the first line of that chapter begins like this. From this day forward, I take full responsibility for who I become. That's where it starts. Not with inspiration. Not with another book, podcast, or quote. But with a decision. A vow to no longer wait and to no longer blame. You were not put on this earth to be a spectator of your own life. You are the author, the editor, and the only one qualified to finish the story on your terms. Reflect now. Ask yourself this, not hypothetically, but seriously. Where in my life am I still pointing fingers instead of pointing inward? Are you blaming the market, or are you building new skills? Are you blaming your childhood, or are you healing your patterns? Are you blaming her, or are you becoming the kind of man who doesn't abandon himself? This is your life. Your choices. Your rules, once you decide to take full responsibility. And when you do, something wild begins to happen. You stop feeling like a victim. You stop waiting. You stop hesitating. And you start building, brick by brick, a life no one else can take credit for. Because the moment you claim responsibility, you become the architect of your freedom. 9. Let go of the need to be seen, live aligned, not approved. Once you've claimed full responsibility for your life, no more excuses, no more blame, a subtle but dangerous craving starts to reveal itself. The need to be acknowledged, to be seen, to be validated. You may not say it out loud. You may tell yourself it doesn't matter. But somewhere beneath the self-control, beneath the ambition, beneath the discipline, you're still hoping someone will notice. That someone will finally say, you're doing enough. You've changed. You've arrived. And if they don't, you begin to question the journey. You start wondering if the growth is real. If the effort is worth it. If being true to yourself is worth the loneliness it sometimes brings. But here's what most men never realize. Chasing recognition is just another way of giving away your power. It's just ego in disguise, wearing the clothes of ambition, but fueled by fear. The Stoics never sought applause. They sought alignment. They lived by the question, am I acting according to my values, not someone else's approval? Because when you constantly seek recognition, you surrender control of your identity. You become like a thermostat in someone else's house, constantly adjusting to make others comfortable. And the cost? Your integrity. Your focus. Your peace. The truth is this. Living aligned will often mean living unseen. You won't always be celebrated for doing the right thing. You won't always get praise for choosing the harder path. You might even be criticized, misunderstood, or ignored. But you don't do it for recognition. You do it because it's right. Because it's you. Because it's who the man you respect would be, even if no one's watching. This kind of living is quiet. It's not about spotlights. It's about sovereignty. Imagine walking into every room, every situation, every conversation without the need to prove, impress, or convince. You're not performing. You're not adapting. You're simply being fully, unapologetically, and consistently. Because here's the thing. Approval is addictive, and it always demands more. But when you live from a place of inner conviction, you don't need applause. Your clarity is louder than their opinions. Reflect now. Ask yourself, and answer honestly. Where in my life am I still doing things just to be seen, liked, or approved? Is it how you dress? How you speak? What you post online? Who you spend time with? The goals you chase? What would change, radically, if you stopped doing things for recognition and started doing them from identity? Because here's the truth most people are too afraid to face. When you need to be accepted in order to be authentic, you're not being authentic, you're negotiating. And you were not born to negotiate your truth. You were born to embody it. To live it. To walk into the world carrying the kind of self-respect that doesn't need a witness to be real. So let them misunderstand. Let them ignore you. Let them question your path. Because when you no longer need recognition to validate your direction, you finally become free to walk it fully. And that, right there, is what it means to truly live. 10. Discipline is destiny. Strengthen the virtue, own the man. When you stop performing for recognition, when you no longer outsource your identity to applause, something unexpected happens. You begin to hear a voice within. It's quiet, steady, and uncompromising. It's the voice that says, "Now that no one is watching, who are you really?" This is where the real work begins. The invisible, unglamorous, deeply uncomfortable kind. Not the work of appearance, but the work of virtue. The Stoics didn't define greatness by what you achieved. They defined it by how you lived, moment by moment, in accordance with your values. Temperance, courage, wisdom, justice. These weren't just abstract ideals. They were disciplines, sharpened by practice, tested by pressure, proven by consistency. And that's the paradox. The freer you want to become, the more disciplined you must be. Not in a punitive way. Not as punishment. But as a form of self-respect, a declaration that you are worth being guided by something deeper than impulse, trend, or convenience. Think of a sword. Useless if never forged. Dangerous if never sharpened. But when refined, it becomes an instrument of precision and strength. Your character is no different. Your habits are the furnace. Your discipline is the blade. And every choice is a stroke against the stone of mastery. Because here's the thing. Freedom is not the absence of structure. It's living in alignment with the structure you chose for yourself. So what kind of structure are you building? Are you waking up to distraction or to direction? Are you starting your day scrolling or setting intention? Are you letting the external dictate your rhythm or crafting a rhythm so solid that chaos can't shake it? Discipline isn't sexy. It's silent. It's waking up early even when no one's watching. It's walking away from comfort when comfort leads to compromise. It's choosing what's right over what's easy, not once, but again and again, until it becomes who you are. Reflect now. Ask yourself, with no filter, no excuse. What small daily action, if done consistently, would make me unrecognizable a year from now? Is it silence before sunrise? Is it journaling instead of numbing? Is it finally keeping the promises you make to yourself, not just to others? Virtue isn't built in a week. But every day you show up, in the smallest way, you place another brick in the foundation of a life you can stand on, without shame, without pretending, without apology. Because in the end, true self-mastery isn't about control. It's about congruence. Who you say you are, and how you live, finally becoming the same thing. And that's the man the world needs more of. Not louder. Not richer. Not flashier. Just more anchored. More honest. More real. You don't need more hype. You need more stillness. After everything we've uncovered, the letting go, the emotional sovereignty, the radical responsibility, the quiet alignment with values over noise, you're left standing at the simplest, and yet most profound, truth. You don't need more motivation. You need fewer distractions. Because deep down, you already know who you are. You already feel the pull. You already hear the voice that's been whispering for years beneath the static. The voice that says, slow down. Come back. Stop chasing and start becoming. We live in a world engineered for overstimulation. A world where your attention is their currency. A world that wants you to keep scrolling, keep comparing, keep consuming, because the moment you sit still long enough to listen, you remember your power. And that's what they fear most. A man who is clear. A man who is calm. A man who is no longer driven by lack, applause, or reaction, but anchored in presence, purpose, and inner command. So no, you don't need another motivational speaker. You don't need another morning routine hack. You don't need another fire emoji caption or dopamine hit. What you need is to cut the noise. Reclaim your attention. Recenter your focus. And rebuild the relationship with the only person who's been there through it all, you. This is not about doing more. It's about doing less of what doesn't serve you. Let go of what you can't control. Stop chasing what never fulfilled you. And recommit to the quiet, patient, courageous work of becoming the man you were always meant to be. Not tomorrow. Not when the timing's perfect. Now. Because no one else is coming. And that's not a tragedy, it's your greatest opportunity. If you keep holding on to everything, you'll end up losing yourself. As we step into 2025, it's time to let go of what you cannot control. And come home to the center of your own strength. Seneca once wrote, let go of the things that lie beyond your control. Letting go is not surrender. It's not weakness. It's the highest form of discipline. It's choosing peace over chaos. Clarity over clinging. It's the quiet power of knowing that your energy belongs to what's within you, not what's outside of you. 1. Letting go is the highest form of discipline, not weakness. Let me tell you something that most men are never taught. Letting go isn't giving up. It's leveling up. You've been conditioned your whole life to believe that real strength means holding on. Holding on to the relationship that's already broken. Holding on to the career that drains your soul. Holding on to resentment that eats away at your peace. Holding on to approval from people who don't even understand your journey. But here's the truth they won't teach you in school, in corporate offices, or in locker rooms. True strength isn't about clenching your fists. It's about learning when to open your hands. You see, holding on is easy when you're fueled by ego, fear, and pride. Anyone can stay stuck in a cycle of control. But to let go, to truly release what no longer serves your growth, that requires emotional intelligence, inner mastery, and courage that's forged in fire. Letting go means you're no longer driven by insecurity. Letting go means you're no longer a slave to your past. Letting go means you've stopped trying to control the wind and started adjusting your sails. That's not weakness. That's evolution. Seneca, one of the great Stoic minds, once said, you must let go of what is beyond your control. And he was right. Because when you try to control what's outside of you, other people's opinions, the economy, the past, you pour all your energy into a black hole. But when you let go of that illusion, you get something back: focus, clarity, and peace. Letting go is an act of strategic self-respect. It's you saying, I choose not to fight battles that drain me just to prove I'm strong. I choose to invest my strength in the places that matter, my mindset, my purpose, my future. Look, you're not here to survive. You're here to evolve. To grow. To create space for the man you're becoming, not the one you're afraid to leave behind. And here's the best part. When you learn to let go, you become unshakable. No job loss, heartbreak, or criticism can rattle you because you no longer grip things that were never meant to stay. You move lighter, think clearer, and act bolder. You stop reacting and start choosing. So if you're feeling stuck right now, overwhelmed, burnt out, anxious, ask yourself, what am I still holding onto that's weighing me down? A grudge? An old identity? A version of success that was never even yours? Now imagine the man you could become if you released it. Imagine how much energy, peace, and power you'd reclaim. This is your call to rise, not by clinging, but by releasing. Because in 2025, we don't carry dead weight. We carry purpose. So let go, brother. Not because it's easy, but because you're finally strong enough to stop wasting your power. Take the first step, unfollow that distraction. Walk away from that toxic environment. Silence the voices that aren't aligned with your future. You don't need more. You need less of what doesn't serve you. That's how you go further, faster, freer. Hit save, share this with a brother who needs it, and remind yourself daily. Letting go is how I reclaim my power. 2. The world is a mirror of your mind, not your enemy. So now you've let go. You've stopped clenching your fists around things you were never meant to hold. And in that silence, something shifts. But the question that echoes in your mind is this. Now what? What happens when the chaos outside still exists? When people still push your buttons, judge your moves, test your patience? This is where the deeper game begins. Because once you stop trying to control the world, you're forced to face what most men spend their whole lives avoiding. Your own mind. Here's the hard truth most never confront. The world you see isn't the world as it is, it's the world as you are. Your reactions, your interpretations, your beliefs, they don't just color your reality, they create it. That guy who irritates you at work. That family member who knows exactly how to trigger you. That stranger online whose comment ruins your whole day? They're not the enemy. They're a mirror. A mirror reflecting back parts of you that still need work. Parts you've repressed, denied, ignored. You see, the Stoics didn't waste time blaming the world. They turned the gaze inward. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you that disturbs you. It's your opinion of it." You can't always control what life throws at you. But you can always control how you catch it. The battleground is never out there. It's in here. Your triggers are your teachers. Your discomfort is your compass. Your judgments are signposts to your own inner limitations. And when you stop fighting the external world and start mastering your internal world, that's when the game changes. You no longer waste your energy on what he said, what she did, what they think. You begin asking real questions. Why does this situation get under my skin? What fear is this reaction pointing to? Where am I still seeking control, validation, or revenge? This is where the transformation happens, not in the noise, but in the awareness. Because the man who knows his own mind is dangerous in the best way. He doesn't crumble in conflict. He doesn't need applause to stay grounded. He walks into chaos with clarity, not to dominate it, but to remain unchanged by it. And here's the most powerful shift. When your mindset changes, your world changes. Not because the world got easier, but because you got deeper. You stopped seeing life as something happening to you and started seeing it as something happening for you. Every obstacle? A message. Every annoying person? A mirror. Every hard moment? A forge for strength. So if you want peace, don't try to quiet the world. Quiet the war within. That's where all the noise starts anyway. This is the invitation. Stop blaming, start reflecting. Stop reacting, start responding. Stop looking outward, start diving inward. Because when you stop seeing the world as your enemy and start seeing it as your feedback loop, you reclaim your power. You become unshakable. Not because life gets easier, but because your mind gets stronger. So before you look at anyone else this week, look in the mirror and ask, what part of me is this moment revealing? That's how you grow. That's how you sharpen. That's how you lead. And remember, Your external peace will never outrun your internal noise. Silence the noise, and the world changes without lifting a finger. 3. Find the balance between yourself and the world around you. So now you see it. The world isn't attacking you, it's reflecting you. And once you've faced your inner mirror and chosen not to flinch, you reach a new threshold. One that most men either avoid or misinterpret. It's not about isolating yourself from the world. It's not about disappearing into some quiet cave of self-awareness and cutting off everything that once distracted you. No. This next step is about integration. It's about finding that sacred space between you and everything else, and building a life that honors both. Because here's what happens to many men once they start their personal growth journey. They swing to extremes. They either become hyper-independent, cutting off relationships, avoiding commitments, walking around like lone wolves who wear solitude as armor. Or they become obsessed with external success, convincing themselves that their value depends on how much they can give, perform, provide. But both of those extremes are exhausting. Neither creates peace. And neither is sustainable. The Stoics had a different view. They didn't believe in abandoning the world, nor in being consumed by it. They believed in showing up fully, but without attachment. In participating in life, without being ruled by it. Balance is not something you stumble upon. It's something you choose, again and again. And real balance? It begins with this mindset. I am not here to save the world. I'm here to bring the best of myself to it. You cannot give from an empty cup. You cannot lead others if you're lost in yourself. You cannot carry the weight of others if your spine is cracked from your own burdens. Taking care of yourself is not selfish. It's strategic. It's masculine. It's necessary. That means setting boundaries, not because you're cold, but because you care enough to protect your energy. That means saying no, not because you're rude, but because you value where your attention goes. That means learning to rest, not because you're lazy, but because you're building the kind of stamina that lasts for decades, not just days. When you build this balance, something powerful happens. You stop overgiving just to feel worthy. You stop overworking just to prove yourself. You stop over-sacrificing just to be accepted. And in that space of aligned living, you become magnetic. Not loud. Not desperate. But solid. Grounded. Clear. You become the kind of man whose presence changes rooms, not because he forces anything, but because he radiates something rare, peace in motion. The world doesn't need more men addicted to hustle. It needs more men who know when to press in and when to pull back. Men who know that being available to others means being deeply in tune with themselves. So ask yourself today, where have I been overextending? What part of me is being depleted while I pretend I'm fine? What would change if I began to treat myself like someone I'm responsible for caring for? Because you are. Your life isn't a machine. It's a rhythm. A flow. A symphony. And the better you tend to your internal world, the better you'll show up in the external one. Not as a man who needs applause, but as a man who walks quietly, firmly, and fully into his purpose, with enough left over to give generously, not resentfully. Balance is not a weakness. It is warrior discipline. It is the decision to live with both presence and power. And it starts with one brave act. Putting yourself back on your own priority list, without apology. 4. Release the obsession to know everything. Once you begin to find balance between showing up for the world and showing up for yourself, you'll stumble upon a new kind of hunger. It's subtle. It wears a noble disguise. It convinces you it's helping. That it's necessary. That it's the next level of mastery. But if left unchecked, it will slowly undo all your inner peace. It's the urge to know everything. To understand every emotion. To dissect every problem. To control every outcome. To seek certainty in an uncertain world. At first, it feels like growth. You read more. Learn more. Ask more questions. You analyze every behavior, research every scenario, dig into every dark corner of your psyche hoping for answers. But here's the truth most men aren't willing to hear. You don't need more information. You need more stillness. The modern world tricks you into thinking that power lies in having all the answers. But real power lies in knowing what's worth your attention and what's simply noise disguised as knowledge. The Stoics understood this. They didn't aim to know everything. They aimed to master what was within their control and let the rest fall where it may. Because endless information without discernment becomes a prison. It overloads your nervous system. It traps you in loops of analysis, overthinking, comparison, and fear. You start confusing awareness with control. And that illusion will wear you down. You weren't built to absorb it all. You were built to move with purpose. So the question isn't how much can I learn? The question is, what am I learning that actually moves me forward? There is a difference between wisdom and mental hoarding. Wisdom sharpens. Hoarding paralyzes. When you release the need to know everything, you create room for what matters. Clarity over clutter. Focus over fear. Purpose over paralysis. Because real confidence isn't saying I've got it all figured out. Real confidence is saying, I don't know everything, but I know what matters. And that's enough. You don't have to chase every rabbit hole. You don't have to solve every puzzle. You don't have to fix every version of yourself all at once. Sometimes, the wisest move is choosing not to chase understanding, but to choose presence. To choose action. To choose peace. So if your mind feels tired, if your soul feels stretched thin under the weight of endless learning, ask yourself, what am I really seeking when I seek to know more? Am I learning from alignment or from fear? What do I already know, but haven't yet acted on? Because knowing enough is a skill, and trusting that enough is an act of power. This is your permission to stop chasing clarity through complexity. To stop mistaking more knowledge for more freedom. Freedom comes when you simplify. When you breathe. When you ground yourself in what you can control, your actions, your habits, your principles. And then, you let the rest go. Because the man who trusts himself doesn't need to know it all. He just needs to know what's true for him and live it with conviction. 5. Embrace your imperfections. They're not flaws, they're foundations. You let go of the obsession to know everything. You've stepped away from the mental treadmill that confuses movement with meaning. And now, something else rises to the surface, something quieter, deeper, confronting. It's the voice that whispers, you're not good enough yet. You're still broken. You're behind. This is the part of the journey no one prepares you for. Because once the noise of the outside world quiets down, all that's left is you, raw, unfiltered, and fully visible. And in that silence, every imperfection feels loud. But this is the moment you must remember one thing. Your flaws are not the enemy. They're the proof you're human. And the doorway to your next evolution. We live in a culture that romanticizes perfection, flawless performance, filtered images, immaculate resumes, unshakable confidence. But that image? It's a lie. It's armor. It's surface. It's not real power. Because true power doesn't come from hiding your cracks. It comes from owning them. Think of the ancient Japanese art of kintsugi. When pottery breaks, they don't throw it away or try to hide the damage. They fill the cracks with gold. The broken parts become the most valuable, not because they're fixed, but because they're made sacred. Now apply that to yourself. You don't become powerful by pretending you've never stumbled. You become powerful by integrating what you've been through, by turning shame into wisdom, wounds into lessons, and imperfections into authenticity. The Stoics didn't seek flawlessness. They sought truth. And the deepest truth is this. You don't have to be perfect to be worthy. You just have to be real. That means being willing to see yourself clearly, without harsh judgment, without comparison, without editing. It means saying, I'm not who I was. I'm not yet who I'll become. But right now, in this moment, I am enough to take the next step. Because perfection is an illusion that delays progress. It tells you to wait until you're ready. Until you're more polished. until you're someone else. But guess what? You'll never be ready in the way your inner critic demands. You'll always be unfinished, and that's the point. Growth doesn't require perfection. It requires movement, consistency, courage. And those come from accepting yourself, not someday when you're better, but today, exactly as you are. So if you're carrying the weight of not being enough, ask yourself, who gave me this standard I'm punishing myself with? What if my imperfections are not liabilities, but invitations? What would happen if I stopped fixing and started honoring who I already am? Because when you stop hiding from your imperfections, something miraculous happens. You become relatable. You become magnetic. You become free. You no longer waste energy pretending. You redirect that energy into creating, building, showing up, and living from a place of deep personal truth. That's not weakness. That's masculinity refined. That's leadership in its most honest form. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be whole, which includes the cracks, the setbacks, the scars. So let the gold fill the gaps. Let your past become your foundation, not your prison. Because when you finally stop fighting your imperfections, you unlock a strength that's unshakable. You become a man who is no longer trying to become someone else, he's simply becoming more of who he already is. 6. Choose peace over ego and conflict. You've begun to embrace your imperfections. You're no longer chasing a flawless version of yourself, but building something far more powerful, a self that is honest, integrated, and real. But just as you start to feel grounded in this truth, life throws its next challenge at you. People. Their opinions. Their critiques. Their assumptions. Their provocations. And you feel it rise in your chest, the urge to respond. To correct. To defend. To win. Because the ego doesn't die quietly. It waits. It lurks. It speaks in moments of tension. And in conflict, especially for men raised in a culture of dominance and proving, ego disguises itself as duty, justice, even truth. But here's the inconvenient reality. Most arguments are not about clarity. They're about control. You're not trying to understand. You're trying to win. To prove you're right. To protect your pride. To make sure no one sees the crack in your armor, even though you just learned to wear those cracks with pride. And so here we are, at a crossroads that every grounded man must face again and again. Not just in theory, but in daily life, in marriage, business, friendships, online. Do you fight to feed your ego, or do you choose peace to protect your energy? The Stoics were warriors, not just in battle, but in discipline. And one of the highest disciplines they practiced was restraint. The strength to remain silent when every part of you wants to strike back. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." That's not passivity. That's precision. That's a man so anchored in who he is that he no longer trades his peace for petty victories. Let's be honest, how many arguments have you won only to feel drained, heavy, and empty after? Because you won the words, but you lost your center. You lost your night. You lost your calm. You walked away with a bruised ego that still wanted more. Because ego is never satisfied. It doesn't want peace. It wants dominance. And here's the thing. The strongest men in the room are not the loudest. They're not the ones who clap back the fastest. They're the ones who can see the fire without needing to pour gas on it. They walk away not out of fear, but out of clarity. Because they understand the cost of trading serenity for noise. So here's the practice. The next time someone challenges you, pause. Feel the flare in your chest. And instead of reacting, observe. Ask yourself, am I defending truth or just my pride? Am I adding peace or adding fuel? What if strength in this moment looks like stillness? Because real strength is measured by what you don't need to say. Real masculinity is not about having the last word, it's about knowing you could speak and choosing not to. This is not weakness. This is warfare on your ego. And in that battle, silence is a sword. So let others argue. Let them swing wildly with their words. You'll be unmoved. You'll walk away with your peace intact, your energy protected, and your integrity sharpened. That is what it means to be unshakable. Not because you won the argument, but because you no longer need to. 7. Silence is strength, not an action. So you walked away. You didn't argue. You didn't fight for control. You chose restraint, not because you were weak, but because you were no longer willing to bleed energy for battles beneath you. And now, there's a stillness. It's uncomfortable. Silence always is, for men who've been taught their worth is measured by how loud, how fast, how visible they are. We live in a world where noise is currency. Outrage gets applause. Opinions become identity. And being seen often matters more than being solid. But here's the paradox most people never confront. What's loud isn't always powerful. And what's silent isn't always absent. In fact, the most potent form of strength? It's often the one you can't hear, can't see. It's the stillness inside a man who no longer performs for validation. Im lang, dum mia qua no, kong fi la su rut lui. No la suc man duak ky lut. La noi luke duak toi luyen. The Stoics lived this way. They didn't shout their philosophies from rooftops. They embodied them, quietly, consistently, without need for spectacle. Because when a man truly knows himself, he doesn't need to explain himself. In silence, he recalibrates. In silence, he sharpens his edge. In silence, he gathers the power that's been scattered across too many unworthy conversations. Silence is not a void. It's a forge. It's where your focus returns. Your nervous system recalibrates. Your intentions become razor sharp. And your sense of self is no longer determined by the noise around you, but by the stillness within. So here's the question. When was the last time you chose not to respond? Not because you were unsure, but because you were anchored. Not because you were intimidated, but because you were above it. Because sometimes, the strongest move isn't to take action. It's to withhold it, consciously, strategically, purposefully. That's when you realize. You don't need to post to prove. You don't need to react to every voice that calls your name. You don't need to be in every room to be influential. There's a power in restraint that reactive men will never understand. Because their strength depends on noise. But yours? Yours is built in the quiet. Let the world wonder what you're building. Let them speculate, provoke, misjudge. You don't owe them noise. You owe yourself clarity. And clarity only comes when the dust settles, when you learn to sit in silence without trying to escape it. Because that's where true kings are made. Not in their speeches. Not in their applause. But in the space between one breath and the next, where they choose not to chase, not to argue, not to prove. They just act. Quietly. Consistently. On their terms. So if the world is pulling you to react, pause. Ask yourself, am I speaking from wisdom or from wound? Is this silence avoidance or self-possession? What will speak louder in the long run, this momentary reaction or the legacy I'm building? Because when you embrace silence, not as a retreat, but as a ritual, you become untouchable. Not because you're hidden, but because you're grounded. The man who controls his voice controls his world. And when he chooses silence, it's not because he's absent. It's because he's becoming more precise than ever. 8. The 3 levels of silence: action, thought, and being. If you've come this far, you already understand. Silence is an absence. It isn't weakness. It isn't inaction. It's power, reclaimed. But there's something deeper you may not yet have seen. Because silence isn't just something you do. It's something you become. You see, most people stop at the first level of silence, external. They don't post. They don't argue. They withdraw from the noise. It's a powerful first step, but it's only the beginning. True Stoic mastery demands a deeper descent. Not just silence in action, but silence in thought. Not just silence in thought, but silence in being. Let's break it down. Level 1, silence in action. This is what the world sees, or rather, doesn't see. It's when you stop reacting to every provocation. You're no longer pulled into every conversation, every crisis, every drama. You don't need to be visible to be effective. You've trained yourself to conserve motion for what matters. But still, even in that external restraint, your mind might race. You may still argue silently. Still replay old conversations. Still try to win in your head. And that's where level 2 begins. Level 2, silence in thought. This is the unseen battlefield, where the real noise lives, where you must learn to observe your mind without becoming it. Most men live in mental noise without knowing it. They analyze every scenario. They loop old stories. They obsess over outcomes. But silence in thought means learning to pause, not just your hands or tongue, but your inner dialogue. It's when you stop needing to label every feeling, fix every emotion, control every outcome. It's where space returns. Where you witness without judging. Where clarity arises, not because you chased it, but because you created room for it. And then comes level 3. Level 3, silence in being. This is the rarest. The quietest. The most powerful. This is when you no longer need to become anything. You are no longer chasing identity, transformation, or arrival. You simply are. It's not passivity. It's not detachment. It's the purest form of presence. You don't need to prove. You don't need to narrate. You don't need to seek. You embody stillness, not as performance, but as default. This is where real power is born. Because the man who doesn't need to become anything is the man who moves from his essence, not his ego. He acts, but he's not hurried. He speaks, but only when it adds weight. He walks through chaos like a mountain, present, unmoved, unshaken. So ask yourself today, where am I still loud in my actions, even in subtle ways? Where is my mind still filling space that could hold clarity? What would it feel like to stop trying to become, and just be? These questions aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be sat with. Because stillness doesn't come from answers, it comes from the courage to not rush the questions. When you train yourself to sit in all 3 levels of silence, something extraordinary begins to happen. You stop being a reaction. You become a presence. A presence people can feel even when you don't say a word. A presence that radiates depth, calm, and quiet confidence. A presence that doesn't just resist chaos, but redefines what strength looks like in a world addicted to noise. So keep going. Not louder. Not faster. But deeper. Because silence is not what you lose when you stop speaking. It's what you find when you finally start listening, to yourself, to your breath, to the unshakable foundation underneath all your striving. And in that silence, you don't just become the man you were meant to be. You realize you were him all along. 9. Simplify to set yourself free from the seduction of possessions. When a man finally finds silence, not just in action, not just in thought, but in being, a strange thing starts to happen. Desire begins to die. Not because he becomes numb, but because he becomes clear. The cravings that once pulled at him, more, better, shinier, louder, start to lose their grip. Not because the world changed, but because his center no longer seeks to be filled by things that can be bought. And so he turns toward the physical world, the things he owns, the habits he's kept, and asks the question most fears to confront. Why am I holding on to this? You see, we live in a culture where identity is stitched into what we wear, what we drive, what we display. But the Stoic doesn't decorate his hollowness with possessions. He refines his space to match the clarity within. Minimalism isn't about living with less. It's about needing less. Not as deprivation, but as liberation. Because the more you own, the more owns you. Every object in your space carries energy. It requires maintenance. It reflects old versions of you. It keeps you attached to identities that no longer serve who you're becoming. That's why a man who walks the Stoic path eventually finds himself looking at his life and realizing, this clutter is not neutral. This excess is not harmless. These objects are not just things, they are attachments, and attachments are cages. A closet full of clothes that match a version of you that no longer exists. A garage filled with tools for projects you'll never start. Subscriptions, devices, souvenirs, all whispering promises of fulfillment, none of them delivering. And the more you accumulate, the more you distract yourself from the only thing that truly matters. Being present in your own life. So what happens when you start letting go? When you strip your environment of the unnecessary? You create space. Not just physically, but emotionally. Mentally. Spiritually. You stop being overwhelmed by choice. You stop being distracted by novelty. You stop chasing the feeling of enough through acquisition. And in that space, something rare is born. Focus. Clarity. Strength. The man who can live with little, but move with power, he's dangerous. Not because he lacks, but because he is no longer led by lack. He can walk into a room and not need to dominate it. He can sit at a table and not need to prove anything. He can wear simplicity like armor because nothing external holds his worth anymore. So here's your challenge. Look around your life. What are you still keeping out of habit, fear, or ego? What are you afraid to let go of because it's tied to who you used to be? Then ask, what would my environment look like if it reflected my current clarity? What would I keep if I didn't need to impress anyone? What would remain if I let my inner silence shape my outer space? The answer isn't in another purchase. It's in a courageous purge. Because when you let go of what no longer serves you externally, you reinforce what is true internally. You send a message to your mind, your body, your soul. I am not defined by what I own. I am defined by what I embody. And in that moment, you don't just simplify. You ascend. 10. Break free from the roles and limiting stories you've been assigned. Once you begin to strip away the physical excess, the things, the distractions, the clutter, a deeper silence emerges. And in that silence, you start to hear a different kind of noise. It's not the noise of the world. It's not the endless scroll, the cluttered calendar, or the email ping. It's the noise of identity. The stories you've been telling yourself about who you are. And for many men, those stories weren't consciously chosen. They were inherited, assigned, programmed. Maybe you were told you're the provider, so you became the workhorse. Maybe you were called the smart one, so you became the perfectionist. Maybe you were seen as the rebel, so you stayed stuck in defiance, even when it cost you peace. Roles become masks. And over time, masks become prisons. But here's the truth. You are not your past. You are not your job. You are not even your personality. You are the awareness beneath it all. And the moment you begin to question those roles, those labels, those inherited blueprints, that's when you start to reclaim your life. Because most suffering doesn't come from reality. It comes from the story we've attached to reality. I always mess up. I'm not meant for more. I'm the kind of guy who never finishes anything. I'm just not that disciplined. These stories feel like facts, but they are decisions. Decisions you made, often unconsciously, to make sense of pain, rejection, pressure, or fear. But decisions can be unmade. You are allowed to outgrow the version of you that others became comfortable with. You are allowed to shed the role that kept you safe but suffocated your truth. You are allowed to stop performing and start choosing. Because every time you say, "That's just who I am," you give away your power to become who you're meant to be. The Stoics knew this deeply. They didn't attach themselves to status, titles, or personas. They returned, again and again, to essence. To the self beneath the noise. To the truth that cannot be taken, praised, or shamed, because it simply is. So here's your practice. Pause. Ask yourself, what roles have I been playing to feel accepted, even if they cost me my soul? What stories have I repeated so often, I've started calling them my identity? What would it feel like to live as the man I actually am, not the one I've been told to be? This is not about reinvention for approval. It's about remembrance. Because the man you're becoming, he's not a brand. He's not a persona. He's not a curated image. He's you, without the weight of expectation, conditioning, or fear. And when you shed the old stories, something powerful happens. You stop trying to prove you matter. You start living like you already do. You stop chasing belonging. You start building spaces where your truth fits without shrinking. You stop fearing change. You start becoming the author of your own becoming. Because freedom, real freedom, isn't about breaking out of the world's prison. It's about breaking out of the one you built inside your mind. You are not your limitations. You are not your past. You are not anyone's version of who you should be. You are a man in motion. And every step forward is a sentence rewritten. A role released. A story reclaimed. 11. Knowing you are enough, without needing to prove it. You've dropped the old roles. The assigned identities. The quiet agreements you made with the world that said, "I'll be who you want, just don't abandon me." And in that courageous shedding, you catch a glimpse of something rare. Stillness without striving. Self without performance. But right there, in that stillness, a final temptation lingers. Not the urge to become someone else. Not the pressure to do more. But the subtle, relentless hunger to be seen. It shows up in the need to explain yourself. To be recognized. To be validated for all the growth no one else witnessed. To say, "Look how far I've come," and hope someone claps. That's where the next level of discipline begins. Because freedom isn't just about breaking the need to impress others. It's about no longer needing anyone to even know. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, led armies, governed nations, and shaped history, yet never once declared himself great. He didn't build statues of his virtue. He built discipline in silence. He led through presence, not performance. Why? Because when you are anchored in who you are, you don't need the world to echo it back. Let that sink in. The man who constantly needs to be seen is still performing. Still outsourcing his worth. Still feeding an identity built on applause. But the man who knows, truly knows, does not need to speak. Not because he's hiding, but because his life has become the proof. His consistency is louder than his quotes. His inner peace is more powerful than his arguments. His character whispers what his ego once screamed. That's what it means to know that enough is enough. Not as resignation, but as reclamation. You stop showing your trophies. You stop needing people to recognize your effort. You stop seeking to be understood by those who were never meant to see you clearly in the first place. And in that release, a different kind of strength takes root. You move without broadcasting. You build without announcing. You succeed without seeking celebration. Because you understand, finally, that the work is not for them. It's for you. And you are enough. Not someday. Not once you reach the next milestone. But right now, in your simplicity, your silence, your steady stride. So here's your moment of truth. Ask yourself, where am I still seeking recognition to feel real? What am I posting, proving, or projecting that my soul doesn't actually need? Who would I be if no one was watching, but I still showed up at my highest standard? Because that version of you, the quiet one, the grounded one, the one no longer performing, that's the most powerful man in any room. He's not loud. He's not hungry for eyes. He's not competing for attention. He's free. He walks with a calm that cannot be bought. He creates without applause. He leads without title. And when he speaks, people listen, not because he demands it, but because they can feel he doesn't need it. That is mastery. That is maturity. That is enough. 12. Turn loneliness into power. When you no longer need recognition. When you stop performing for approval. And your soul no longer rises and falls with external validation. What remains? You. Just you. And for most, that's the most terrifying place to be. Because it's quiet. There's no crowd. No performance. No scoreboard. No applause. Just your breath, your thoughts, and the raw truth of your own presence. This is where many turn back. They return to noise. To busyness. To drama. To distraction. Because loneliness, real, unfiltered solitude, can feel like death to a man whose identity was built on the external. But to the man who has done the work, who has let go, stripped back, stood still, and listened, solitude becomes something else entirely. It becomes a mirror. Not the kind that flatters. Not the kind that condemns. But the kind that reveals. The Stoics sought solitude not to escape the world, but to remember who they were without it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." Because solitude isn't the absence of connection. It's the space where true connection begins. When you are alone, there are no performances left. No personas to maintain. No metrics to chase. There's only presence. And presence births clarity. In solitude, you begin to see what truly matters to you outside of others' expectations. Where your real values lie, not the ones you adopted to fit in. What you're willing to stand for when no one's watching. What you're still afraid of, and why. And from that awareness, a deeper form of power rises. Self-knowledge. Because the man who can be alone without collapsing. The man who can sit in a quiet room and meet himself fully. The man who no longer fears the echo of his own thoughts. He becomes untouchable. Not in arrogance, but an anchor. He no longer chases fulfillment. He embodies it. He no longer drowns in silence. He drinks from it. He no longer waits to be saved. He becomes his own sanctuary. So ask yourself today, when was the last time I sat with myself, not to fix, but simply to feel? What am I afraid I'll hear in the silence I keep avoiding? Who am I when there's no role to play, no one to impress, and nowhere to run? Because the man who can answer those questions with honesty and still stay seated in his own presence, that man is free in a way most never taste. Loneliness is not weakness. It is the threshold to self-ownership. It is the forge of inner truth. It is the beginning of deep, unshakable peace. And when you embrace it, you realize you were never truly alone. You just hadn't met yourself fully, quietly, completely, until now. You don't need to change the world. The world doesn't need saving from a man who's losing himself trying to fit into it. What you need is something quieter. Something deeper. A shift, not in the noise around you, but in the way you see. Change how you look. Change how you respond. Change the story you're telling yourself, not so others believe it, but so you can finally be free inside it. And if there's one place worthy of beginning, it's not out there. It's within you. This journey doesn't require you to be perfect. It simply requires you to be honest. To keep showing up. To keep shedding what no longer serves you. And to trust, fully, That peace isn't somewhere in the future. It's built in how you move, how you breathe, and how you return to yourself today. If you're already on this path of letting go, of simplifying, of reclaiming your power, then stay close. Follow the channel for reminders that keep you anchored. Save this message if something inside you knows it's time. And above all, keep walking. Not toward applause, not toward noise, but toward the quiet kind of freedom that no one can give you and no one can take away.